Morning, morning, colleagues.
Morning.
Morning, morning, colleagues. Beauty,
Hi.
how are you
Morning.
doing?
Good, thanks.
Morning, morning,
Yourself?
colleagues. I'm good, sister. Wow.
Hi. Are you gonna make me co-host?
Hi, Beauty.
Are you gonna make me co-host?
Yes, I've done that already. No,
Okay, sharp.
just check. I think I've done it. Yes.
Good morning, Darren. Can you hear me?
Dr. Jangis, you are clear. I can hear you. It's Mashile.
Hello, sir Mashile. Can you hear me? The video is clear?
Yeah, video you want to sync.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Lubabalo, are you on the platform?
Morning, Slado.
Morning, Chair.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I know you're here on Friday, but I was on Wakudum. Welcome back on the platform.
Yeah. Is Lubabalo on the platform?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Are we ready to start? We were left with 4 minutes. Number of members on the platform, Lubabalo. And the presenters are here.
Come again, Chairperson.
I see Dr. Janchis is here. FFC.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, members.
Morning.
Yes, Chair. FFC is also here. Good morning, Chair.
Who's here leading FFC?
I can't pronounce. It is clear. FFC.
Oh, okay. The chairperson is not here.
Maybe you will join now, Chairperson.
Okay. So if she's not there, can you please flag the agenda on the screen, Lubabalo? And I think we have also given them the hosting right, so that we don't waste much time struggling. You can only come and assist when they struggling to
Mashile,
run.
may you please give me co-host rights?
Okay, Lubabalo, I will do that.
Corporate Dorothy, how are you, Manu?
Yes, Lubabalo, I've done that.
Thank you.
Okay, my brother.
Dorothy, how are you? And Honorable Detroit.
I'm fine. I'm pressing here.
Okay.
I'm fine, and you? Honorable Chair?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Detroit. And Tate Maswangan.
Dixon, welcome back.
Thank you. Wasekhaya.
Cross the other time, that time, una busy bereavement.
Onalimang Jabu.
Jali, Escosan.
Oh, okay. Kitman, okay.
Imugwa council office ya blitz.
Oh, all right. Did you say how beautiful our office is?
Hey, you modern, that office.
Yeah.
No, it's very beautiful.
It represents the ANC. Mr. Lomo, how are you doing? I'm trying to buy time.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members.
Good morning. Honey.
as well as colleagues. I'm doing
Yeah,
well, Chair. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm happy to see
Honorable
you.
Mama Rahane, how are you doing?
Well, Chair, whilst waiting for that, just know the Red Sea is also here.
Who?
The Red Sea is here.
Oh, the Rex is here.
Honorable Mani.
Yeah.
How are you, Honorable Mani?
No, I'm okay, Chair. I'm okay, Chair. Yes, I
Yeah,
also joined the Honorable Maswanganyi in those offices, those beautiful offices. They are very nice.
thank you, thank you. And I hope you are going to do something about it as well. The issue of that cross, the Nyaope stuff, illegal, what.
Without doubt, we'll look into it.
Okay. Dr. Sarij Mohammed, how are you, sir? I'm trying to get people nearer to the meeting to start.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Chair. I'm very
Okay.
well, thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
meeting.
Naila, thank you. Naila,
Morning, Honorable Chair. I'm fine, thank you. And I'm glad you're back.
thank you, madam. Who else is there? Mampo Mudise, how are you, doctor?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I'm fine.
Written like Manu. Honorable Moss, my whip, how are you?
I'm good, President, yourself.
I'm good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Retain Likai.
Riteng, I saw your sister here. She was there throughout. Thank you for the support.
Welcome, you're welcome.
Mr. Sarupen, how are you? And
good yourself, Chair.
Thank you. And everybody, I think we are 2 minutes late. We can start. The agenda, the focus today is going to be on the two presentation or the two briefings by FFC and PBO. Let me take this opportunity, honorable members and colleagues, to welcome you. It's already end of February, but I would like to say I wish you a prosperous new year, a healthy new year, a peaceful new year. And it's also that year where we are all going to be on the ground and we will see who comes out alive from that battle. Even though we know that in the battles or the wars, there are casualties. But I want to wish you a very good year. And as this committee is a very challenging time for us because we have a pressure on us to deal with this budget process before we go on recess to focus on our political responsibilities. Thank you very much, honorable members. Feel free to participate. And if I experience any problem, we have honorable chairperson, the other chairpersons on the platform who will assist. Can we check if there are any apologies from NCOP?
Good morning, Chairperson. From the side of the Select Committee on Finance, I've got one apology from Mr. Karim, who is attending the King's Address today. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. I think it will also apply to Appropriations, Select Committee on Appropriation.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. NA.
Before
Any
any
apology?
Chairperson, may I come in?
Yes, Lubabalo.
I also received a call from Mr. Moletsane indicating that he's going to join the meeting a little bit later.
Okay.
With respect to the provincial chairpersons, we received an apology from Honorable Batman, Western Cape Portfolio Committee on Finance Chair. They have
Yeah.
public hearings today.
Okay.
And then we have a confirmation from the Northern Cape chairperson that he is going to join the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Honorable chairpersons from portfolio committees from the provinces who are here, you're also welcome. And you'll encouraged to also participate so that we're all in the same path. NA, Lubabalo, you want to come back again?
Oh, yes, Chairperson. Apologies, Chair. I've just received a call now from Honorable Ngweta. She won't be able to join the meeting, Chairperson.
Okay. We have 2 apologies, 3 apologies from the NCOP noted. NA, you can come in.
Good morning, sir. Chair. There are no apologies from the Standing Committee on Finance.
Okay. Appropriations.
Good morning, Chair. We don't have any apology from the Appropriations Standing Committee on Appropriations, except for the fact that we received a note from the National Treasury indicating that the DG is out of the country on official engagement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Can we note the apologies and move on to item number 3? And as usual, we will request the presenters to browse through their briefing or their points on the briefing or presentation, because as members we have received the presentations in time, we have gone through them, but maybe also to be fair, let me ask from PBO, how much time do you need according to your presentation?
Good morning, Chair. Thank you so much. I think we'd asked for 56 minutes, something like that. 56.
56.
56.
We have never had that. Dr. Janchis, it's almost an hour.
See, we've timed our presentation. We'll try to bring it down to, 45, 46, 47, around there. We will try to ramp it up. But we really appreciate that Chair understands that. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's try to make it 40 minutes if possible, please, because I would love us to give members more time to engage with the presentation, so that they can give you also an opportunity to answer the questions they have read. I know they've read the presentation, but please try, if possible, 40 minutes. And now I'm going to hand over to you, Dr. Janchis.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning once more and welcome back. And good morning to honorable members as well, and colleagues on the platform. And we really want to appreciate this opportunity for the Parliamentary Budget Office to provide comments on the budget in line with the Money Bills Act. I'm with the team on the platform, Chair. We will try to work out, we'll try to time ourselves as well. Kagiso can move to the next slides, presentation slides we've circulated yesterday. We'll just quickly move to the introduction slides. Sorry? Chair? Should I proceed?
Yes, proceed. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Thank you so much. This is our presentation outline. We'll look at those issues quite in detail with the team. Next slide. Who's moving the slides? Kagiso? Thank you. I think here what we just want to say is just to give a context about what this presentation of ours today, Chair and members, really focus a lot on the fiscal framework as a whole and looking into the context of the progress on the National Development Plan, areas of how far growth has been supported, and look at the risks really within fiscal framework ambit as a whole. And next week we will zoom quite more detail into the appropriations and division of revenue. So I'm just going to put this in advance so that other members mustn't ask why I haven't dealt with that. Given time, just focus a lot on the fiscal framework in this regard. Next slide. I think, Chair, just to give context, we've thought it important also context our presentation to remind members and colleagues that the National Development Plan is a blueprint that we use in trying to realize the development of our society and economy, particularly dealing with those key socio-economic challenges that we know about. And also importantly, to remember also that Parliament, the sixth Parliament, has also adopted these as some of the key objectives that we not realize within as part of the oversight of the sixth Parliament. I think one of the main concerns that we noted, we realized also in the budget, it's the absence of really the first inclusive growth that over the long time. In our view, we need really to improve productivity, capacity of our economy, human capital, and state capability to maintain through investments to address some of these key challenges that we raised. And I think looking back, we said to ourselves, let's look back on 5-year term, say how far we have gone in terms of some of the key development indicators that we have set ourselves in these plans. And it's clear that there has been progress, Chair and members, in realizing reducing poverty over time, particularly when you look at post-COVID-19, some of the measures put in place have been able to reduce poverty to an extent. However, we're concerned that we're still way below where we wanted to be in terms of realizing or reducing poverty in our society. But also when you look at income inequality, you've seen that we've made huge progress in terms of the targets set out in the National Development Plan, but are still lag short of how far we want to go in terms of reducing income inequality. Unemployment is a big issue. It's a big matter of consensus. Parliamentary Budget Office, we feel a lot has to be resources has to be placed in trying to deal with unemployment of society, given that we're sitting in this regard. Income per capita as well. We've set ourselves a target. We're halfway in terms of how far we're supposed to be. Currently, 76,000. That's the latest stats we had. And our target is to have an income per capita of 120,000 by 2030. We still have a lot of to move in that regard. Next slide. We've also see that the bottom 40% population held 7% of income, yet our target is that should be at 10%. Also, the issues of learning and reading effectively for younger children. We have to make progress. We look at where we were in 2016, but there is a lot of regress, again, particularly in this area where we see the percentage has worsened off over time. The issue of healthcare as well, national health insurance, focus on upgrading public health facilities, producing more health professionals, and so many other targets to set ourselves for this particular function of government. Is still lag behind to a point where you see that the phase one of the stage has not been, the target has been moved to the next period as well. We're concerned that the public infrastructure investment is not lived up to what we want it to be. We are below 2% GDP. It's compared to 10% set out in the National Development Plan. We also, when we look at investment as a whole in the economy, we're still lagging behind 30%, which also says that the private sector has to come on board. They have not played their part as well, including public corporations as well, is lagging quite behind that regard. It is within this context here that our presentation is contextualized. The last slide on the background, Chair, next slide. So it really focused a lot. I wanted to highlight the issue of gender responsive budgeting as a very important objective set ourselves over time. We're concerned that the gender responsive budgeting was supposed to be implemented within the sixth Parliament and sixth administration. And we note that a lot of groundwork has been done in regard to this. However, not enough of the work that's been done around gender responsive budgeting has been reflected in the budget. It's important that get reflected. Gender responsive budgeting only appears concerned only as an action in the budget. And I think our view is that it's very important for members of Parliament to get status on the progress of mentioning the gender responsive budgeting in our context. And it's one area that we feel a lot could still be done in that regard. Chair, I'll stop here with that, give you context to let Dr. Mapulisa to take us through the policy progress in this regard. Mapula, do you want to come in? Thank you so much, Chair members.
Thank you, Dr. Janchis. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. I'm going to take you through some few slides of the policy and funding priorities. Next slide, Kagiso. So on this slide, Honorable Chair and members, we thought we're going to give you a 5-year review in terms of the presidential strategic priorities, which are usually set out as the strategic direction for the budget in terms of what were the pronouncements that the president were doing from 2019 up until 2023. We'll look also on the 2024 in relation to the response of the budget. So when we look from 2019 up until 2023, we realized that the president was making pronouncements which was in some way like responding to what already Dr. Janchis has mentioned in terms of the targets or objectives of the NDP. Things like when you look at the red coded, points on the slides, it talks about. So I'm reading the slide together with the second slide. We just divided for easy reading. So the red talks about economic growth and in terms of employment creation. So we see that from 2019 up until 2023, the president has been making pronouncements in terms of we need to grow the economy, we need to create employment opportunities. And when we looked at the budget through those years, we realized that Treasury has been responding in terms of those pronouncements made by the president. So what we find ourselves asking is that, is it a matter of budget or is there something else that needs to be done? Because when we look at the end results now, looking back at the 5 years, President making pronouncement, Treasury responding in terms of budgeting for those pronouncements. But now it's not a matter of budget because the money is put there. So what is the problem that we are not where we need to be, especially in terms of the NDP targets? I'm not going to talk about much in terms of the NDP targets and where we are. I think my colleague down the presentation will talk more about that. We see also something like improvement in the education system. So there were pronouncements all through the years, but we're still struggling in terms of funding for education and also in terms of achieving the targets, in terms of the skills that are needed in the economy. Next slide, Kafiso. Also, we see, pronouncement in terms of corruption. The president has been talking about that all through the years and strengthening the capability of the state. We saw in 2019 being mentioned and all through the year. We see in 2022, he also said government must make resources available to recruit and train additional new police for fighting, making sure that the South African population is safe and that. So we see money being allocated, the budget responding to this, but then we see the level of crime still up. So what is the real issue that we need to look into? Next slide, Kafiso. So in terms of the funding priorities for the year 2024, we look at the function groups and the pronouncement made by the president and how Treasury is responding. For learning and culture, the president stressed about, making sure that we focus on expanding the access to early childhood development. This is to make sure that there is an improvement in the early grade reading because we've seen reports that our children are struggling to read for meaning. So we need to concentrate on that in the next 5 years. And in terms of the budget, we see what we need to note is that 69.4 billion is added to this function group to carry through the course of the 2023 Public Service Wage Agreement. And we see an issue in terms of student enrollment growth may be affected by the reduction in subsidies to universities and the NSFAS over the MTEF period. And also what we need to note, also coming from the previous years, the peace and security, which the president has been talking about, the safety of the community, has been talking about corruption. So we see how he's still talking about tackling crime and insecurity. The SAPS has been launched, has launched their Operation Chanela as a new approach to target crime hotspot. So we see the response of the budget, additional allocation of 39.4 billion to the selected departments under this function group to carry through the course of the 2023-2024 public service wage increase. So most of them is in terms of the COE. Next slide, Kagiso. And in terms of social development, so the president said we need to provide social protection to the vulnerable, and he said we have seen the benefits of the SRD grant, so we need to extend it and improve it as the next step. Then the response, something to note on the budget, is that the SRC grant is allocated 33.6 billion in the 2024-2025 financial year. And also something to note is in the economic development, whereby the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition has reprioritized 964 million for the transition to the electric vehicles in line with the new energy vehicles white paper approved by Cabinet in 2023, and the 600 million for the global business service incentives for the offshore of the business processing. So we also have the general public service, whereby the president says the DDM, the district development model, has proved to be effective instrument to enhance cooperative governance and collaboration. So that needs to be continuing with that. And he said government continue to strengthen local government, which we have seen. This is something that we said we need to capacitate the local government happenings. He has been pronouncing about that since 2024. And then in terms of the budget, the spending in this function group is expected to increase from 76.9 billion in 23-24 to 79.3 billion in 26-27. Next slide, Kagiso. I'll hand over to Nelia to continue with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mapula, and good morning, members. In terms of the proportions of the consolidated budget allocated per function group, the largest proportion of the budget in 2024 is allocated towards learning and culture, of which basic education currently receives 13.7% of the total consolidated budget, and it is estimated to increase to 13.9%. And in terms of post-school education and training, the current allocation is 6.1% of total consolidated budget, and is actually estimated to decrease to 5.9%. The second largest is social development. Currently, the proportion is 16.3%, and it is estimated to decrease to 15.4% in 2026-27. The third is debt service cost. Currently, it is 16.1%, and it is estimated to increase to 16.9%. And this is from 14.4% in 2022-23. And following this is the health sector. Currently, we are spending 11.5% of total budget, and it is estimated to decrease to 11.4%. Next slide. So members, government's priority is to enhance spending quality and minimize inefficiency within all budget items while ensuring sustainable public finances. Therefore, in this budget, funds are reprioritized, mainly from equitable shares and conditional grants in the community and economic development functions to other function groups for mainly compensation of employees. Next slide. In social development, the 29.7 billion net increase is mainly for the extension of the SRD grant. In learning and culture, the increase is mainly for compensation of employees. Just to note, in this function group, members, in higher education institutions are actually reduced by 11.4 billion. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme is reduced by 16.1 billion over the NSF. In health, the increase is also mostly for compensation of employees. And also in this function group, the National Health Insurance Grant is reduced by 860 million. And the Health Facility Revitalization Grant is reduced by 1.1 billion. Next slide. The General Public Service function decreases by 11 billion. community development by 47.7 billion, of which the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa's rolling stock fleet renewal program is actually reduced by 6.1 billion of the MTEF. And then in the economic development function, decreases by 50 billion, which includes a reduction from several transfers to other institutions. Next slide. So members, the question is now whether the reduction of or reprioritization of specific budgets will enhance spending quality and minimize inefficiencies while still taking the identified critical actions to achieve the goals of the NDP. For example, is government taking the actions to ensure an education accountability chain with lines of responsibility from state to classroom by reducing the NSFAS, or should other steps be taken? The PPO actually compiled 2 briefs that identified strategic operational and several other inefficiency in NSFAS, which include poor planning and reporting. The 2021 financial statements received an adverse opinion. The entity did not have the necessary systems and processes in place that were fit for purpose, and the entity did not have the necessary capacity to carry out its operations in both finance and information systems. Other matters include exorbitant bank charges, housing needs, and defunding of students. Next slide. Another example, members, is government making progress to upgrade public health facilities, produce more health professionals, and reducing the relative cost of private health care by reducing the National Health Insurance Grant and the Health Facility Revitalization Grant. The current status on the NDP targets for the health sector is basically the progress made with the NHI, that is to establish and maintain a national health insurance fund. So just a few facts on the NHI bill are that it aims to achieve sustainable and affordable universal access to quality health care services. The NHI fund will be registered as a public entity. The fund will have a board and various governance structures as required by the PFMA. And the NHI fund will be funded from general tax revenue, including the shifting of funds from national government departments and agencies and the provincial equitable share and conditional grants into the fund, the reallocation of funding for medical scheme tax credits paid to various medical schemes, payroll tax, and surcharges on personal income tax. Next slide. So lastly, members, we can continue with the general public sector and community and economic development functions by asking the question whether government is making progress in building a state that is capable of playing a developmental and transformative role and invest in infrastructure to support economic growth and job creation. So having said all of this, members, the belief is that Treasury, together with departments, have identified all the inefficiencies in expenditure or underspending to be able to reprioritize and to prioritize specific spending items. But on the other hand, members, who is responsible to identify operational inefficiencies? The PBO did an assessment of the funding sources for bursaries and skills development, for example. And we also did an exercise to link all the job creation efforts to budget programs, which identify duplication and that some of the efforts are not effective. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. I'll be taking us through the spending trends. Next slide, please. This slide basically shows us total real per capita spend, which means we've taken into account inflation and population growth and adjusted the figures that have been presented by Treasury. So taking these into account, what we see is that in the medium term, spend per capita per person will decline in the medium term. We are already spending less in 2023-24 than we did per person in 2016-2017. As members know, the provisioning of basic services, particularly for the majority, is critical in the NDP. So what the slide essentially shows is that fiscal consolidation has led to real declines in expenditure or a declining investment in all these public basic services, which the majority rely on. I will not read all these numbers. I'm sure members will be familiar with it, but just to indicate that we are spending about 22,000 Rand per capita as currently. Next slide, please. In this slide, it shows real per capita spending by economic classification. The projections are increasing, and this is primarily because of the increases in the payments for capital assets. My colleague will come back to explain this later in the slides, so I'll not go through it deeply, but really to show that here there are increases in the medium term. However, as you can see, there was a decline between 2022-23 and 2023-24. There is slight declines and then an increase in the outer year. Notably, the transfers and subsidies to households decline in the medium term, and that is obviously because the social relief of distress grants are expected to end in 2025. Next slide, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be presenting the economic overview section. And just as an introductory point, I want to say that, you know, the National Treasury put out a document on macroeconomic policy with the budget, and taken together with their chapter 2 on the economy, it's really important to start responding to some of their theoretical perspectives, and they're presenting a very specific mainstream neoclassical, neoliberal perspective on the economy that basically argues that fiscal policy is ineffective. The only tool available is monetary policy, and monetary policy should be managed with an inflation target, so you have very little room to use that anyway. And so it becomes important to think through whether this theoretical perspective allows us to understand why the South African economy hasn't grown, whether it provides a deep understanding, and whether it's whether we should actually be able to use it for evidence-based policymaking in macroeconomics. Next slide, please. So to start off with, we have a graph showing real GDP per capita and growth, and I just want to point out that, you know, after fiscal consolidation was implemented, we see that GDP, real GDP per capita growth declines every single year, and it's continued to decline and be low during the projected period as well. On top of that, we need to recognize that during that period, so I've got the numbers for the Gini coefficient for 1993 and 2018, inequality has increased. And so GDP per capita is an average of total GDP over the whole population, but when inequality increases, more money goes to the more affluent and less money to the poorer households, the poorer individuals. And so this situation is even more dire. And how can we actually see growth developing in the economy when fiscal consolidation is generally understood to decrease growth and increase debt levels? And I have a quote from two economists. One of them is Larry Summers, who was President Clinton's basically Minister of Finance. His Secretary to the Treasury. He was the chief economist of the World Bank, was president of Harvard Economics. Is by no means a heterodox or non-mainstream economist. He's an insider. And their research shows, looking at studies and looking at different measures, they say attempts to reduce debt via fiscal consolidations have very likely resulted in higher debt to GDP ratios. As GDP falls permanently, attempts to reduce debt by reductions in spending or increasing in taxes leads to higher debt to GDP. And so this is something that we don't talk about, is that fiscal consolidation has actually played a role in increasing the debt levels that we see in the economy today. Next slide, please. So, where will growth come from? The budget review and the National Treasury put forward this view of stability and growth, and we argue that this is not a good view of stability and growth. They focus on stable prices, lower interest rates, and more predictable exchange rate movements, and this we actually see all three are prices. And this is one of the characteristics of this kind of approach to economic theory. It moves away from the classics like Adam Smith, where there was a focus on production, on value, on what an economy produces and how it produces, and understanding an economy's performance from those terms, and also in terms of how people get jobs and value within that kind of economy. And so what we're not seeing this as a viable view. We see that it's incorrectly focuses on price stability without taking into account the deleterious impact on the economy, society, and growth of high levels and obscenely high levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, and the low-level investment. And just to point out again, not only heterodox, but mainstream economists show, and here I draw very much on the work of Ben Bernanke, the former head of the Federal Reserve, was a major advocate for inflation targeting. We see that inflation targeting may give the impression that inflation is low and stable, but it comes at the cost of volatile exchange rate and high real interest rates. So this is something that Bernanke found after inflation targeting had been implemented over a number of years in different countries, and he had to reverse some of his views on it. He said announcing an inflation target does not reduce the sacrifice ratio with regard to how much growth and jobs should be forfeited to reduce inflation. This is one of the arguments in favor that the advocates made. It just leads to lower growth and increases unemployment. Further, we need to realize that our open capital markets and reliance on short-term foreign capital flows open the economy to exchange rate and price volatility, irrespective of whether you have a deficit or a surplus. Next slide, please. So, neoclassical mainstream theories and models are based on unrealistic assumptions that make them unsuitable for producing evidence-based research to inform government policy and budgeting. And because of time, I'm not going to go through all of this, but we see that, with this focus on thinking through about exchanges and prices without thinking through the actual production and productive processes within the economy, they may talk about infrastructure problems and business confidence, but their focus on prices and exchange means that they're actually less able to think through production and reproduction in firms and households and the impact that has, and thinking then through the economy as a path-dependent entity that depends on what happened yesterday, and what happens tomorrow depends on how much we've invested, not only in production, but also in people and education and productivity and health. They focus on markets and prices within a theoretical default economy that does not include the state and generally state actions as distorting the markets. And so this idea that fiscal policy is ineffective is very much linked to this notion that, if you start with a theory that doesn't include the state, then anything the state does is going to be seen as a problem. They generally pay inadequate attention to market concentration and inequality. I'm going to, let's move on to the next. I'm not going to go through all these theoretical and assumptions. Next slide, please. We also find that the National Treasury thinks that government spending crowds out private investment, when in reality investment leads to income from which workers and firms can save. The neoclassical theory, and this John Maynard Keynes showed back in the late 1920s, 1930s, they incorrectly believe that investors depend on savings to invest. And if we think about South Africa, we have sophisticated financial markets, large financial institutions, financial instruments such as derivatives, and we've got open capital markets, but the NT still somehow seems to believe that investors can only borrow if another person has deposited savings. The government's consumption and investment spends money into the pockets of workers and firms in the private sector from which they can increase their savings. Also, the differentiation between investment and consumption we find a problem with, and it's as if government's expenditure to support productivity, innovation, industrial development, better education and healthcare is purely consumption and not investment. By this logic, if government invests in a hospital but doesn't actually employ people and spend money on staffing the hospital, that makes sense. Failure to recognize government expenditure as an investment means that the National Treasury is unable to adequately account for part dependence of economies. Next slide, please. So I think this is also an important point, that GDP growth is not a good measure of progress. Yes?
I was saying try to move with the speed. We've got limited time.
Okay, yes, I noticed that we've been presenting now for 25 minutes, so I'm taking that into account. Thank you. It's been clear, I think, globally. And here I'm referring to what's often referred to as the Sarkozy Commission. That was headed by two Nobel Prize economists and had many members with Nobel Prize as part of it. And they say it's long been clear that GDP is an inadequate metric to gauge well-being over time, particularly in its economic, environmental, and social dimensions, some aspects of which are often referred to as sustainability. However, the approach in the macroeconomics document and in the economic outlook in the budget review focuses almost solely on GDP growth as the goal. And we see that the whole idea of the Treasury is that South Africa has a problem because we're not having GDP growth without looking at other important macroeconomic variables. And so arguments for increasing aggregate demand are dismissed with reference to mainstream economic studies that estimate a small fiscal multiplier on GDP growth. Again, GDP growth is at the center of this kind of thinking. There's limited concern with the high levels of market concentration and the obscene level of inequality that affect the distribution of GDP in South Africa. But also importantly, as we spoke about gender responsive budgeting earlier, the 24 budget review and the studies estimating the fiscal multiplier and come up with a low number, they ignore unpaid and reproductive work within the household and in communities, which is mostly done by women and not counted in GDP. Therefore, they are unable to understand the link between improving aggregate demand and an inclusive development vision to transform the economy. Next slide, please. Okay, this brings me closer to the end. I just wanted to deal with this issue of whether government borrowing crowds out private sector borrowing. And this is a graph showing a credit extension by all monetary institutions as percentage of GDP. The numbers on the left show the percentages for 2022. And if we look at this, we see that for 2022, net credit extended to the government was only 10.3% of the total credit extended by all monetary institutions. Things like mortgage lending, things like credit card debt and leasing finance, etc., make up over 80 to 85% of a credit extension in the country. So what's happening is that the budget review is mixing up a stock of government debt with the actual flows of debt. They're looking at the total level of government debt, taking it as a percentage of GDP, and then saying government's crowding out. But what we're seeing in reality is that government net credit extension to government is a small percentage of the debt. And also just to make it clear that the levels of government debt aren't the main reason for high interest rates, it's inflation targeting, not government debt levels. Next slide, please. This is the last slide. I want to talk a bit about the view of what causes growth. And I think it's important to go back before load shedding and the problems with Transnet and other SOEs to show that, even back in 1993, before we had our first democratic elections, that manufacturing, which is seen as an engine of growth and the need for industrial development, great jobs, has been mentioned over and over by senior people in government, the president, etc. But we're seeing that it's really been a small percentage of capital stock, the capacity and capability, and it hasn't increased that much as a share of total capital stock since 1993. So I've also got numbers for 2022. And in fact, we're seeing growth in services, especially in non-productive services, getting the investment and the capital stock. And we're finding more and more of the diversion of money that could go towards building our engine of growth diverted to other sectors within the economy. And if we look at the finance intermediation, real estate, and business services sector, that has been the largest share of capital stock, and it has actually grown as a share of capital stock within the country. That's the capability of what the country will do. But 74% of that in 2022, and it was a similar percentage in the early 90s, right through to 2022, has been almost 3/4 in real estate activities. And lots of this linked to, we saw in the period before the global financial crisis, huge increases in speculation in real estate. And so we're not understanding, I think, the causes for low growth in the economy. And we can point to load shedding and problems with freight and things nowadays, which will actually affect our very low level of GDP growth and maybe not make it grow 0.1 or 0.2% more. But the bigger question is, how do we achieve the high levels of growth, the industrialization and the investment in manufacturing that actually causes us to transform the economy and create jobs? I'll stop there. Thank you very much. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members. Gafiso, next slide, please. I'll be taking you through the fiscal framework slides. And as this is just a snapshot of the proposed fiscal framework, it simply maintains a government long-standing stance of consolidation. For this particular budget, in summary, it entails tax policy measures to the tune of 15 billion in the year 2024-2025. On the expenditure side, we see expenditure cuts to the main budget non-interest expenditure of around about 80.6 billion over the medium term. 150 billion will be used from the GFREC account, and this will be used to borrow to reduce the borrowing requirement over the medium term. Chairperson, I think we'll give a detailed response on the GFREC framework once it's tabled by National Treasury and the Reserve Bank. But our initial thoughts are that we do not believe that GFREC should just be limited to debt reduction. It should also fund structural economic transformation in order to guarantee future revenue. I think it's also worth highlighting that Treasury aims to achieve a primary budget surplus in the current year. Next slide, please, Gafiso. So in the next two slides, I seek to offer a different perspective of what constitutes fiscal credibility and sustainability. And in this regard, we begin by arguing that fiscal sustainability has to be seen beyond just the decreasing of budget deficits and managing of the debt to GDP ratio. In fact, as the PBO, we are of the view that the fiscal framework has to be viewed as a strategic important tool that should help government drive structural economic transformation, that should help government achieve socio-economic rights on behalf of its people. Now, the graph on your right shows that despite National Treasury's commitment to fiscal consolidation since 2012, both the budget deficit and the debt to GDP ratio have consistently increased. Now, given this experience, we are concerned that the continued fiscal consolidation path, which seems to don't have any end in sight, and the introduction of fiscal anchors will likely cause even higher deficits and debt levels and worsen the levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Chairperson, the PBO has previously cautioned about the disproportionate impacts of fiscal consolidation on vulnerable population, in particular women and children, its impact in terms of income inequality, but most importantly, its negative consequences for important macroeconomic variables such as employment, economic development, and growth. Therefore, I think would argue that a fiscal framework that fails to consider this context is unlikely to be deemed credible. Next slide, please. Honourable members, the PBO has also been concerned about the mere fact that Treasury aims to achieve a budget surplus. We think that, and especially in the current environment, we think it's not a viable way because it simply means that it means less doctors, less teachers, and less police officials in a time when the country needs them the most. I'll be quite brief with the next bullet points because we've provided pre-budget briefs and circulated to the members. One of the briefs was on SA debt and an alternative perspective to the fiscal framework. And in this brief, we show that government has alternative economic policies to grow the economy and reduce debt without necessarily implementing fiscal consolidation. In this specific brief, we were trying to essentially show that there are sustainable alternatives, including budget options, to steer the current fiscal trajectory into one that's more developmental and into an economy that's just and inclusive for a number of South Africans. And we think that part of doing that is through the budget, which could help in boosting aggregate demand through directing more resources towards struggling households, through the provision of basic public services in the provisioning of economic and social infrastructure. Moreover, I think we've seen last week through the budget speech, the deployment of GFECRA. I think that's positive. I think it illustrates that government is able to leverage its full public sector balance sheet in order to fund a targeted fiscal stimulus for the economy. Finally, in this pre-brief I was speaking about, we also highlight because National Treasury always alludes to the mere fact that debt service costs are the reason why our fiscus is not sustainable and that debt service costs often crowd out social expenditure. Our view is that there are interventions at government's disposal, both from a monetary and fiscal policy point of view, to deal with our high debt service costs. And I refer to a number of examples in the last bullet point, which we can explore during the Q&A. Next slide, please. So with this slide, National Treasury had indicated that they'll, after consultation, propose a binding fiscal anchor for future sustainability. Our view as the PBO is that these arbitrary fiscal anchors are likely to worsen South Africa's fiscal challenges, given that, firstly, they are not supported by any empirical evidence or economic realities. Secondly, we think that they certainly compel government to repeatedly revise expenditure, but most importantly, they undermine the efficacy of government to plan and implement programs over the long term. We also know from studies that they hamper flexibility of fiscal policy to help government respond, especially during crises. I think if we think of events such as the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate-related events that we saw in KZN and parts of the country, the 2021 July unrest, I think all of these reinforces cases for fiscal flexibility. Moreover, we are of the view that a narrow focus on just looking at fiscal matrices such as the deficit and debt causes government to miss a very important role, a very developmental role that the budget ought to be playing in terms of reducing unemployment, poverty, and inequality, the role that government could be playing in terms of improving people's lives, providing services and infrastructure. And finally, we argue that fiscal anchors could lead to expenditure cuts that negatively impact economic growth and further increase the debt to GDP levels. And this is more important during times of recessions or during crises, as is the case in South Africa, in an environment where the private sector is not coming to the party. Private sector household consumption, as well as business investment, remains low. And as Siraj asked, where will growth come from? And our view is that government has got a role to aggregate fund in the meantime to get economic activity going. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Next slide, please. I'll be taking us through the revenue trends and tax policy changes over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. In this slide here, we're basically showing the revenue trends and tax policy over the last 5 years. We've provided members with a number of additional slides which show disaggregated information, including a table that basically captures all the tax policy changes that have occurred over the last 5 years. But what we want to draw your attention to is that, of course, revenue declined during 2020 and 2021, were lower than 2019. However, revenue has increased over the last couple of years. Personal income tax has continued to be the largest share of tax revenue and has recovered consistently post the pandemic. Value-added tax, as you know, has not increased in this period. However, there's been a slow recovery post-COVID-19. And corporate income tax, as we know, there was a change, a 1% reduction in the statutory rate from 28% to 27%. However, corporate income tax has been inconsistent, and this is obviously because there's been a number of impacts. For example, the windfall revenue has changed over time, especially we see in the mining sector that there's been, impacts to the profits of the companies. And so we don't see a consistent growth in CIT collection. But as I said, there's more of this disaggregated data in our additional slides, but also just to highlight that there's been a number of tax incentives that have been introduced, particularly with regards to climate-related concerns. And also to say that we've also highlighted the employment tax incentive in our tax briefs as the PBO. We have spoken in detail about these tax changes, particularly highlighting how the employment tax incentive itself has not necessarily led to an increase in employment directly, or there's no evidence that supports that. Next slide, please. In this slide, we highlight the 2024-25 revenue changes. So as Sep already noted, 15 billion is anticipated in additional tax collection. And this is primarily because there's no inflationary adjustment to the tax brackets, and there's no inflationary adjustment to the medical aid tax credits. We also see that there's no adjustment to the general fuel levy, which we've highlighted before and continue to highlight that it provides relief, particularly for the majority. We've also highlighted as the PBO how different tax policy changes have regressive and progressive impacts. So for example, the non-inflationary adjustment to tax brackets actually disproportionately impacts people at the lower levels of income. So these are some of the considerations that we need to make, so in a general would say that an non-inflationary adjustment is positive in terms of budget creep, but at the same time, we have to be aware of how it is negative for the people with lower income. So those are things that we're continuously highlighting as critical to consider about the progressivity of our tax system. Next slide, please. So the big thing in this budget is that government basically is going to be implementing the global minimum effective tax rate of 15%. This is different because we'll be implementing it from the 1st of January 2024. And as members know, usually tax changes take into effect from the 1st of April of that year. So National Treasury has penned in about 8 billion in 2026-27 that they expect they'll get in terms of implementing this corporate tax minimum tax. And I won't go through the background of the OECD framework, but I think members are aware that this has been ongoing discussion since 2016. However, to highlight that there have been concerns from developing countries about how low this global minimum effective tax rate is. We highlight here how, the AU, the African Union, and ATAF have said that it should be at least 20%. There are other entities that have said it should be 25% to 30%. And this is basically saying that we need a higher minimum effective tax rate so that we don't erode the revenue bases of developing countries who rely disproportionately on corporate income tax compared to developed countries. And of course, this is in the context of the OECD and how this framework was particularly designed. Lastly, on the slide, what we highlight is that because the effective tax rate is going to be 15%, what it will require is for government to think about the incentives and how incentives, some incentives may no longer be effective, which means we need to reconsider how incentives might be driving down the effective tax rate. And when I say effective tax rate, we're talking about what companies actually pay versus statutory rate, which we all know is 27%. Next slide, please. In this slide, we talk here about how the GLOBE rules are really designed to stop the abuse and base erosion of profit shifting by multinational companies. So in a way, they're not really focused so much on more revenue, but rather about stopping abuse. So it means that we need to think about how these global rules interact with our local rules, right, of different countries. A study by UCT shows that, there are obviously 234 multinational enterprises headquartered in South Africa, but only 17% of these would actually meet the threshold, right? So in the GLOBE rules, the threshold is that a company must have more than 750 million in euros in terms of how much they have. And so, of course, not all these companies are going to qualify. And only half of those in South Africa would actually qualify for a top-up tax adjustment to mitigate for revenue loss. And what this means is basically that when we have the 15%, government is going to implement a top-up tax to be able to recuperate more taxes from these companies, these multinational enterprises. So as we know, South Africa's statutory rate is currently 27%, and we need to again assess the effective tax rate, as I've already noted. We already have studies, and I've said in the PBO, we have published some work on this that show that companies are not paying 27% in taxes. In fact, the effective tax rate is lower significantly, and particularly in the mining sector. So we continuously have to revise and look at the incentives and how they might be driving down the effective tax rate. So we might be making losses. And so it requires us to also do away with tax incentives that are not working. And also, how do we think about how the GLOBE rules basically introduce a parallel domestic tax regime? So we'll be treating the multinational enterprises differently from the other companies. And so you've got two parallel systems that are going to be implemented. And lastly, just to say that, South Africa will have to collect top-up revenue from other countries. And what does this mean politically and practically? We know about the African Trade Agreement. How do we think about those kind of pan-African or globalized agreements that are happening and how they interact with these new tax policy changes. But also there's a cost-benefit analysis that has to be undertaken, right? Are we going to spend more to chase after these multinational enterprises than what we'll actually gain in tax revenue? Do we have the capacity to actually implement this change? And so we need to think about the cost-benefit analysis, which, you know, is a question that members should be asking about how much it will really cost to implement the global rules. Next slide, please. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much. I'll just run quickly.
Dr. Maguru, Chair, it's the last 3 slides and we're done. I'll forgo the conclusion slide. Just the last 3 slides and we're done, Chair. Please, thanks.
Thank you, Doctor.
In less than 3 minutes, I'll just take you through updates on contingency liabilities and guarantees to SOE. Next slide, please. We noted that indeed several major SOEs continue to rely on government bailouts, and they dominate the guarantee portfolio. You'll see the guarantee portfolio now is currently at 503 billion, whereas the exposure is at 416 billion, and then ESCOM accounts for 85% of that. So there are a number of challenges affecting SOEs that are indicated there on the slide. Due to these challenges and many other concerns, including insufficient revenue collection, high operating costs, requests for bailouts to fund turnaround plans. Next slide, please. National Treasury is now of the view that SOEs have become a drain to the fiscus. This view overlooks several factors. The fact that everywhere in the world, we are aware that SOE play a crucial role in economic development and growth. So they are quite critical in that aspect. And then in other economies, they contribute up to a quarter to a third to GDP. We're nowhere close to those numbers. So, but then we need to consider what is causing SOEs to be where they are. There are many issues, including that they've been critically underfunded over the years, and then this has a real negative impact on households and businesses, as we have seen with issues around power generation, as well as issues around port inefficiency. All these issues need to be addressed. I mean, previously the government, through the Presidential Review Committee on SOEs, came up with a number of recommendations that are yet to be fully implemented. We have the views, if some of those recommendations have been addressed, this will then lead to better conditions for SOEs. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we just highlight that National Treasury, through the documentation, you will see that they rely, or they propose that increases in government expenditure in public investment should be through triple Ps, which are public-private partnerships. However, if you look at other places around the world, you'll see that triple Ps are not really the magic wonder stick that we are looking for. There are many challenges with the triple Ps themselves, as we have seen within those ones that have been run within our country currently. And then in the UK, a study was done that showed that triple Ps actually are the most expensive method of financing, and then they lead to significant cost burden to the government. So some of those issues are what we are highlighting, that we should, as the government should be able to ensure that they do their work to ensure that only the best possible options are done to be able to provide the necessary public infrastructure that the country actually needs. You would see that public sector capital investment was average 5.4% between 2012 and 2022, which is far below the NDP target of 10%. So there's a need to invest more and to increase state capacity to be able to deliver key infrastructure, which will then lead to economic growth and development for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will stop there and thank you for the opportunity. Members can look at the conclusion slides, summarize our key messages. Given time for consideration, thank you so much. We'll stop there. We'll wait for the question. Thank you once more, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chanchis, your team, for the cooperation. You really did try. Honorable Dito, Dennis Ryder, welcome and good morning. Honorable the pilot, where is he? Honorable Dion, good morning and welcome. Honorable Mautwe, good morning and welcome. I'm trying to cover everybody. Honorable Jali Skosana, good morning and welcome to the meeting. Yeah, I think I've covered all the members here. Honorable Muletsani is not yet here, but we will continue. I hope he will join us as we go on. Now we will go to team FFC. The same request and the same expectation as usual. We do work well and try to browse through your presentation and just emphasize when necessary. Honorable Ocamp, you're also welcome, and Tate Kaiso, welcome and good morning. Honorable Nkomo and Honorable Mlenzani, good morning and welcome. Over to you, Dr. Mbava. I see you have joined us. You are also welcome and good morning. Over to you, madam.
Yes, good morning, Chairperson, all the chairpersons of the joint sitting of Parliament. Good morning to all the attendants as well. Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like the FFC team to flight our presentation as we proceed. Gianni, can you flight the presentation?
Good morning, Chairperson of the committee and Chairperson FFC. Can I please get access to flight the presentation?
The co-host already. Let me check again.
Okay.
Yes, you can proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me proceed while the presentation is being flighted. Chair, as the Financial and Fiscal Commission, we are mandated through legislation to make these presentations to the joint sitting in terms
Dr.
of all
Mbaba,
the...
sorry for my intervention. I can't see the presentation. It only came now. Thank you. You can continue.
Thank you so much. The next slide, please. We are mandated, Chair, through legislation to make this presentation to the joint sitting. Legislation including all applicable legislation as per the Constitution, including the equitable share and allocation of revenue. Also, in terms of the Money Bills Amendment Procedures Act, we are also mandated to make a presentation to yourselves today. Next slide, please. Our presentation, Chair, will essentially touch on the Budget 2024, our analysis thereof, as well as the State of the Nation address as it informs Budget 2024. Thereafter, we'll also give an economic overview and the fiscal framework. We'll also discuss the appropriation bill, the division of revenue bill at provincial and local government level. And then I will come through on the last section to provide the concluding remarks. Next slide. The next slide, I will hand over now to one of the researchers who is going to take us through that part of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and chairs of the Joint Committee, as well as the honorable members that are on the platform. So this budget, Budget 2024 in the State of the Nation address is unique and special in the sense that it marks the 30th anniversary of our nation and the inception of the Financial and Fiscal Commission, essentially setting the starting point of our fiscal structure in terms of the Constitution of South Africa. It's an achievement commendable, as I said, not just a political one, but also a one of financial management and public finance and fiscal policy. Despite all the policy debates that have been on the table over the last 30 years, which has been most vibrant and competitive at some points. Indeed, following the economic volatilities and so forth.
Thank you, Chen. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, and all colleagues that are present in the platform. I'll be taking you then through the second section of the presentation. So we start off with looking at, in this particular slide, the global economy developments, but we want to preface it with the fact that, as honorable members will be aware, the current global landscape is dominated by economic uncertainty emanating from two pivotal crises that are looming. Firstly, the climate change, and then secondly, the widespread conflict. And again, the point that we're making is that this year marks a pivotal moment in our economic history, characterized by crucial elections worldwide. With the outcome of these elections are expected to shape public policy decisions and set the course for economic development in the coming years. Against this backdrop, then, of uncertainty, the IMF projects global growth rates of 3.1% for 2024 and 3.2% for 2025, as shown in the graph on this slide. This growth is underpinned by the US economy resilience and the robust performance by key emerging markets and developing economies. Fiscal stimulus measures, particularly in China, are also expected to bolster global growth, providing a glimmer of hope amidst these prevailing challenges. However, it is crucial to note that when it comes to advanced economies, they are anticipated to experience a marginal slowdown, with growth rates projected to dip to 1.5% in 2024 before rebounding to 1.8% in 2025. In contrast, what we see is that emerging markets and developing economies are expected to exhibit more robust growth, with a projected growth of 4.1% in 2024, climbing to 4.2% in 2025. So the key message that we're sending to honorable members from this slide is that the interconnected nature of global conflicts and their impact on the global economy is important. Conflict zones and climate change are disrupting economies and have spillover effects that can resonate across regions, impacting trade, investment, and economic stability. Next slide. So this slide, we're looking at South Africa's 30-year growth context. The long and short of it is that South Africa's economic growth over the past 3 decades have been a mix of a brief period of robust expansion, if you look at the period between 1999 and 2008, and then significant slowdowns after that, as shown in the graph that is on this slide. In the main, we see that supply-side constraints have influenced the country's economic trajectory and present ongoing challenges that must be addressed for sustained inclusive growth. These constraints, as far as we understand them, have significantly shaped the country's economic performance and development over the past 3 decades. So what also becomes important is to note that the economic slowdown has profoundly affected fiscal policy, leading to a more than 2-fold increase in the country's debt to GDP ratio and a deteriorating in the country's creditworthiness. It also resulted, as we all know, in weak job creation and decreased labor productivity, thus exacerbating high unemployment rate. So we just want to mention that a recent study by the Commission has found that government expenditure has a minimal effect on economic growth, and a government expenditure with a government expenditure multiplier of 0.01. The cumulative multiplier from 2001 to 2002 was around 0.4. So these results suggest to us that fiscal measures to boost demand have been ineffective due to supply side limitations and low productivity. Therefore, the current economic growth challenges cannot be addressed solely through expansionary fiscal policies. Next slide. So in this slide, we're still dealing with economic growth, but we are now looking at the recent economic developments. So what we note then is that economic activity in South Africa experienced a brief post-pandemic upswing in 2021 and early 2022 as the economy recovered from the pandemic. However, in the third quarter of 2023, real GDP deflated by 0.2% after a revised 0.5% increase in the second quarter. So the analysis shows us that several economic sectors like mining, manufacturing, utilities, construction, trade, and tourism have not fully recovered to pre-pandemic levels. Again, what we see is that the subdued economic performance can be attributed to 3 primary factors. So one is the electricity crisis. As members will know, we've experienced persistent power shortages that have impacted on production and economic growth. Secondly, the issue of transport and logistical challenges that we've experienced. We've seen the disruption that they've disrupted transportation networks, affecting supply chains and distribution. And then thirdly, what we see is that there is less favorable global economic conditions that are impacting on our trade and economic prospects. In addition, we want to say that fragile consumer sentiments with persistent uncertainty at the household level is also affecting spending. Similarly, there is insufficient business confidence to drive fixed investment, thus hindering economic growth. So with that kind of background, we look at the growth projections, in other words, the outlook of the economy. And what we see immediately is that there is sluggish growth that is projected for the economy, and this is the same wherever you look. So we've looked at 4 different institutions and their projections, starting with the World Bank. The World Bank projects growth for South Africa to be at 1.3% in 2024 and 1.5% in 2025. The IMF 1% in 2024, and then slightly decelerating to 1.3% in 2025. The South African Reserve Bank 1.2% in 2024 and 1.3% in 2025. And then lastly, the National Treasury at 1.3% in 2024 and 1.6% in 2025. So together, these projections, what they tell us is that growth is not expected to exceed 1.5% between 2024 and 2025. Next slide. In this slide, we're looking at employment and investment. What we see from this slide is that the data on employment reveals some concerning trends, highlighting the country's job creation challenges, and especially with regards to youth unemployment. So the unemployment rate increased slightly to 32.1% in the fourth quarter of 2023 from the previous one-year low of 31.9%. The uptick saw the number of unemployed individuals rise by 46,000 to 7.9 million, while employment declined by 22,000 to 16.7 million after 8 consecutive quarters of increases. The labor force increased by 25,000 to 24.6 million during this period. The broad unemployment rate, which measures the number of people who have stopped looking for work, decreased marginally to 41.1% in the fourth quarter of 2023 and 41.2% in the previous quarter. This reflects, Honorable Chair, and ongoing challenges of creating enough jobs to keep pace with growing work-age population, resulting in one of the lowest employment ratios globally. What we see and what is important to us is that there is a significant burden that is falling on the youth population, with an exceptionally high unemployment rate among the 15 to 24-year-olds. This rate increased from 58% in the third quarter of 2023 to 59.4% in the fourth quarter of 2023, underscoring the urgent need for targeted intervention and policies to address youth unemployment and promote inclusive economic growth. So the key message that is coming out from the employment situation is that the latest unemployment figures highlight the pressing need for coordinated efforts to tackle the country's job crisis, especially concerning youth unemployment. When we come to investment, what we note is that gross capital formation as a measure of investment plays a key role in economic growth. So when we now follow the data, it tells us that the nominal gross capital formation experienced a significant decline of 21.6% in 2020. However, total capital formation levels rebounded, reaching 1 trillion in 2022. The recovery was primarily driven by private business enterprises, indicating a resurgence in investment activities within the private sector. What then becomes important, and the message that we're sending with regards to investment, is that increased investments are crucial for fostering sustainable economic development, job creation, and technological advancement, positioning the country for long-term prosperity and competitiveness on the global stage. Next slide. So on this slide, we're looking at the overview of the 2024 fiscal framework. What is worth noting is that the budget, the 2024 budget records that the 2023-24 budget deficit has been revised upwards to 4.9% of GDP, an increase from the previous estimate of 4% in the 2023 budget. Looking ahead, a consolidated budget deficit of 4.5% is projected for 2024-25, with a further narrowing to 3.3% of GDP by 26-27. In terms of the revenue projections, we see that for 2023-24, there is a shortfall of 46.5 billion. And also what we see is that the budget anticipates the main revenue of 1.8 trillion for 24-25, which is 53.1 billion lower than the previously projected figure in the 2023 budgets. So shortfalls in revenue over the MTF period are attributed to weak economic conditions and reduced consumer demand, leading to declines in corporate tax and value-added tax collection. With regards to expenditure adjustment, what's important is that over the MTF, consolidated non-interest expenditure is expected to contract at an average annual rate of 0.5 in real terms, indicating a cautious approach to spending. So what we're saying is that declines in revenue and control expenditure suggest the need for efficient resource allocation and potential cost-saving strategies. Next slide. So in continuing with our overview of the 2024 fiscal framework, we note that the projected gross borrowing requirement is set to increase from 332 billion in 2024 to 424.7 billion in 2025-26, before decreasing to 279 billion in 26-27. Now, Chen has already alluded to the big issue in the budget, which relates to GFECRA. So we just want to address it in as far as it relates to the fiscal framework. So the couple of points that we want to bring to the attention of the honorable members. First one being that the account has been introduced and is aimed at reducing borrowing requirements by 150 billion over the medium term. The move is designed to alleviate financial pressure and provide investors and financial markets confidence. But as a commission, while we acknowledge the short-term benefits of utilizing the account to relieve fiscal pressures and signal confidence in the bond markets, we are concerned that this approach may only offer temporary solutions to deeper structural fiscal challenges. And in order to address what we think is important is that in order to address our debt crisis effectively, the focus should be on addressing underlying fiscal issues and implementing structural reforms for enhanced efficiency and productivity. And then lastly, what we're saying is that tapping into the reserves may offer immediate relief, weighing short-term gains against what we think is important is that weighing short-term gains against long-term risk is crucial to maintain investor confidence and prevent escalating borrowing costs and debt distress. Next slide. So in these slides, we're dealing with the issue of revenue trends and tax proposals. What we note is that for the fiscal year 23-24, it is revenue is estimated to be 1.73 trillion, which is 56.1 billion lower than initially projected in the 2023 budget. The medium-term projections expect an average tax revenue of 1.99 trillion, indicating an increase of 45.6 compared to the 23 medium-term policy statement. What we want to bring to the attention of honorable members with regards to tax policy as it relates to personal income tax is that instead of increasing income tax rates, adjustment will not be made to personal tax brackets, medical tax credits and rebates to account for inflation. So what this means is that it results in a bracket creep where taxpayers are gradually pushed into higher brackets due to inflation, leading to higher taxes on their income. As a consequence, taxpayers may find themselves then may find that their real purchasing power remains stagnant or even diminishes over the time due to the effects of inflation on their income on their income. With your permission, Chairperson, may I invite then my colleague Gianna to speak to us on government guarantees and SOEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thando. And again, a very good morning to the Chairperson and all honourable members on the platform. I'll be taking you through the guarantees and state-owned entities section. The Commission would like to highlight that both contingent liabilities and government guarantees have been revised upwards for the 2023-24 financial year compared to the 2023 budget. Government guarantees expecting to average at 571 billion over the MTEF. The government will service 250 billion of Eskom's debt over the next 3 years. And this is 4 billion rand less than stated previously because the entity has failed to sell off certain non-core assets in terms of conditions within the agreed time frame. And with this regard, the Commission notes that the failing to comply with such conditions does raise concerns over Eskom not progressing on key imperatives to resolve the energy crisis. The next slide shows a more aggregate figure of SOE performance over the past decade. And what the slide really highlights is that the profitability of SOEs is generally low and has on average deteriorated over the past decade, as shown by the declining return on equity ratio. And this has deteriorated from 1.7% in 2023-24 to a low, firstly, of negative 13.1% in 2020-21, and then negative 8% approximately in 2022-23. Now, a closer look at SOE performance at Eskom. Eskom recorded a net loss of 24 billion for the 2023 financial year, showing deteriorating operational performance in 2023. And this is owing to numerous factors, including poor generating performance, declining sales volumes, and increase in primary energy costs. What the figure shows also, and what comes from the annual reports, is that Eskom's operating costs are higher and increasing in comparison to its total revenue. And this is shown by a decline in the EBITDA margin, earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization, relative a decline in the EBITDA margin from 21.4% to 14.7% over the last year. Moving on to Transnet, the 2024 budget highlights a net loss for Transnet of 5.7 billion for the 2022-23 financial year. And while the government has guaranteed 47 billion to Transnet, the government has only approved 14 billion for Transnet in order to incentivize it to implement its recovery plan, which requires divesting in non-core assets, reducing its current cost structure, and exploring alternative funding models for infrastructure and maintenance, amongst other aspects in the plan. And once again, the Commission is concerned with Transnet's progress in implementing such structural reforms to improve its performance. In terms of Denel and SAA, 3.4 billion was provided to Denel in 2022, also with set conditions to realize a turnaround plan. And once again, such conditions attached to this financial support were aimed at the disposable non-core assets, as well as the finalization of identified strategic equity partnerships and overall consolidation of its operations. However, despite support from the government, Denel remains to be in financial distress and unable to fulfill its financial obligations. In terms of SAA, the group incurred a net loss of 7.6 billion in 2020-2021, as well as 3.6 billion in 2021-22. However, the contingent liability exposure to the entity has been significantly reduced from 200 million in 2022-23 to 100 million in 2023-24. The Commission does want to note with regards to SAA that irregular expenditure at the SOE has increased from 22 billion in 2018 to 44.5 billion in 2022. And then finally, on SOE performance, a quick look at the Development Bank of South Africa, as well as the Industrial Development Corporation. Both of these entities reported net profits in recent years. And for the Development Bank of South Africa, increased profitability has mainly been attributed to the increase in net interest income that's been driven up by higher domestic interest rates. It is noted that the bank exceeded targets for both its disbursements targets as well as its targets for the value of infrastructure delivered. And then for the IDC, who posted a net profit for 2 consecutive years, However, the entity's net asset value did see a decline from 111.1 billion to 108.3 billion over the 2021-22-23 period. What is encouraging is that dispersed ICT funding substantially increased by 147% to reach 17.8 billion in 2022-23. Now, while the SOE has committed 11.4 billion to transformation funding, it has fallen short of some of its targets, only achieving 63% of its targets for the implementation of critical initiatives and projects. Thank you very much, Chair. And with your permission, I'd like to hand over to Sasha to take you through the appropriations. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianni, and good morning to the chairs and members of the various committees, as well as other colleagues on the platform. As mentioned, I'll take you through the 2024 appropriation, highlights of the 2024 appropriation bill. And starting from an aggregate point of view, we note that the total appropriation by vote amounts to 1.1 trillion in 2024-25, and this is 4% higher than the previous year. And is driven in part by allocations to assist departments with absorbing carry-through costs related to the wage agreement, as well as funding social security grant related priorities. Going into the votes, and we start with social development. As members will know, this is the largest national vote at a total of 27 billion in 2024-25. And the issue for the Commission under this vote relates to the social relief of distress grant. And while the Commission supports the extension of the SRD grant up until now March 2025, the big issue that continues to be outstanding is to get clarity on the long-term sustainable solution to relieve socioeconomic stress, which over the past 4 or so years we've been told is in the works. Cooperative governance is the second largest vote, and as you'll see in the 4th row in that table, the allocation to this vote is projected to grow by 7.3% in 2024-25. My colleague Kutso will speak to the equitable share allocation, but under this vote, the issue we'd like to raise is regarding the municipal infrastructure grant and the regional bulk infrastructure grant. And the FFC notes that both grants have had reprioritization of funds from the direct to indirect components of the grant. And as in the past, we reiterate the call for caution around the use of indirect grants and that they be used as a measure of last resort. We further recommend that indirect grants should have clear timelines attached to their use and importantly, their phasing out. Looking at the higher education and training vote, we see an overall growth of 5% projected for 2024-25. The Commission welcomes the launch in January this year of the comprehensive student funding model, which is set to cater for students falling in the missing middle. We do, however, caution against the decision to appoint the NSFAS to administer funding with respect to this new model, especially given the ongoing institutional challenges and now, as signaled in Budget 2024, also a decreasing resource envelope. With respect to basic education, Chair, we hone in on early childhood development. As stated in previous submissions, the FFC believes that investment in quality ECD is critical if we want to improve educational outcomes throughout the human capital pipeline. And in this context, we welcome the significant growth in the ECD grant, which is projected for 2024-25. The one aspect that greater clarity is required on is the 1.1 billion rand reduction in the grant's baseline. According to the budget review, this money was set aside to implement a results-based financing initiative as well as a nutrition pilot. But that money has now been shifted to the national DBE to implement these initiatives on behalf of provinces. So this sounds very much like an indirect grant. So it's important that we get clarity on whether we are likely to be seeing the establishment of an indirect grant with respect to ECD. Moving to the next slide. Turning to the transport vote, following a significant decline in 2023-24, allocations to this vote are set to grow by 3.1% in 2024. And the Commission welcomes the tabling of the freight logistics roadmap. The roadmap has 3 priority areas. The first relates to operational and rolling stock improvements. Second relates to improving the security and safety of the rail network. And the third concerns the implementation of a capital investment program. And from the Commission's perspective, these focus areas are well placed and at the core of alleviating the country's logistics challenges. But we believe that the success of the freight logistics roadmap will hinge on efficient and coordinated implementation, which thus makes the
My
oversight
apologies,
role.
my apologies, Madam. Can the Secretariat attend to this participant just joined, A020322? Can they please attend to this person? Please identify yourself, or else you will be removed from the platform. Thank you. Rename yourself, or if you can't, just indicate in the chat group who you are. They can assist you. I'm sorry about that, Madam. You can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Then moving on to the, together with transport, the water and sanitation vote is often one of the drivers when it comes to infrastructure spending. In 2024-25, allocations to this vote are set to increase by 12.6%. And while the Commission welcomes advances in access to water and sanitation services, there is a need to place specific focus on quality. According to the Department of Water and Sanitation's own blue and green drop reports, there are various concerns around the state of water resources and systems, as well as wastewater treatment works. So against this backdrop, we welcome the announcements with regards to new funding mechanisms and the construction of bulk water projects aimed at improving water supply, especially in villages, as well as the focus on enhancing water resource management. These focus areas are well aligned to addressing the current issues related to water resources and systems. Funding of the agriculture, land reform and rural development vote is set to decline in 2024-25, and the Commission in particular expresses concern around the reduction in funds for the Ilima Letsema grant, especially given its emphasis on food production. Moving to the next slide, please. The Commission believes that the role that the Departments of Trade, Industry and Competition, the Employment and Labour Department, and the Small Business Development Departments are all critical in kickstarting growth and job creation in our economy. However, their mandates appear to be overlapping, and an assessment of the allocations to these 3 votes and their growth profile does bring into question whether they are fit for purpose. The Commission therefore advises that through the National Macro Organization of Government process, consideration be given to better aligning the mandates of these 3 departments so as to minimize duplication and costs. Then the FFC welcomes increases in the police and justice and constitutional development votes. With respect to police, while we endorse the increase in human and financial resources, we also question the efficiency with which those resources are being put to work, especially in light of growing crime rates in South Africa. Finally, with respect to the safety and security cluster, reductions are noted for both the Office of the Chief Justice and Home Affairs votes. And in respect of both votes, we hope that the efforts that were underway and that were aimed at modernizing and enhancing service delivery, such as the records digitization project within Home Affairs, will not be totally derailed as a result of those reductions. Chair, the last slide in this section just provides a summary of the Commission's inputs on the second adjustment appropriation bill. The total additions and reductions outlined in the bill both amount to 470 million. The largest allocation is in respect of the Represented Political Parties Fund, which is located under the Home Affairs vote. The Commission notes the reductions to the Community Works Program and the expanded Public Works Program, the EPWP program. And given the purpose of these two public employment programs, the Commission hopes that these adjustments were based on an evaluation of the performance of these two interventions. We also do support the 95 million addition to the votes within the safety and security cluster, especially since they appear to be allocated towards improving efficiency in the judicial and prosecution services. Finally, we note that across the various votes, additions have been made to the administration programs, and generally those programs are focused on non-core, non-service delivery aspects within a department. And thus, within the current strained fiscal environment where cuts have been made to key service delivery programs, the Commission advises that these types of additions be kept to a minimum. Thank you, Chair. I'll now hand over to Sabelo.
Thank you very much, Sasha. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to all honorable members and all other colleagues present in the platform. I'll take you through the division of revenue as it relates to provinces. Next slide. Yes, this slide just highlights that in the main here, what's happening with regards to provinces is that provinces are responsible for delivery of social goods and services, meaning which they relate much to the provision of health and education in the most. And if you look at those services, they don't generate any income or any revenue that will make provinces be able to self-fund themselves. Therefore, provinces are highly dependent on the fiscal transfers in the form of the provincial equitable share from provincial equitable share, as well as constitutional grants, both the direct and indirect constitutional grants. So here it is clear that given that these provinces are about 95% dependent on the intercameral fiscal transfers, then any policy prioritization or any funding constraints or fiscal consolidation that has been embarked on by the government will have impact on their funding. And then the other issue to note here is that there's this process of the wage bill or bargaining council, which happens outside of the provinces themselves. It happens outside of the budget process itself, but provinces have to comply with whatever agreements have been there in terms of implementing the agreements and making sure that the compensation of employee and the wages are paid as they are. Then they don't have any say in that process, but they will have to make sure that they do pay employees. And given that these two sectors, your education and health, is labor intensive, then that takes a significant portion of their funding. And then in most cases, you'll find that provinces trying to observe these shortfalls, then they are required to reduce expenditure elsewhere, which will affect for sure things like the delivery of infrastructure, maintenance of infrastructure, delivery of goods and services, etc. And then that compromises the actual delivery of goods and services and infrastructure that is needed. And then again here, the other issue to note, the Commission that notes with concern is that there's a trend of increasing COE expenditure and the impact of wage negotiations, as I've explained, and then this takes place outside of the budgeting process. And then one of the sources of funding for provinces, which is the provincial equitable share, one of the key components there is population shares across provinces that determine how much each province will receive from the funding of the PS. But what is being used there is data. For example, there's a time lag challenge because data is collected at a certain point, but is used later on. Then there's a gap that exists there. For example, for census that was released in 2022, then could only be used during the 2024 MTF, and then there's that challenge of time lag. Next slide. Yes, this slide just shows what has been happening within the provinces now for 2024. Key to note here is that there has been some funding that has been added to provinces at the same time some funding has been reduced to provinces. But the overall allocation for 2024 MTF for provinces has increased by 3.8%, that is to 2.3 trillion. And then these adjustments that were made are mainly for, there's two forms of adjustments. There's reduction and then there's additions. Then adjustment accommodates for both the downwards revision to the provincial equitable share, because what has happened here is that what was allocated through equitable share has been shifted to the constitutional grants. Then there's that downward revision. And then again, that adjustment was just to carry through the cost of implementing the 2023 public service wage agreement, that totaling up to 105.5 billion over the MTF. Then the graph that we do have here, it shows on the left side, those three bars, yes, they show what has been added, and then the other ones, they show what has been reduced. Then the net effect is shown as 8.2 billion. That is a net effect for 2024-25. So in essence, after all those adjustments have been made, the net effect then equates to 8.2 billion. Next slide. So this graph here, it shows some of the constitutional grants. We selected few of constitutional grants for about 6 of constitutional grants that have been affected, that have been reduced drastically. Then we've selected the Human Settlement Development Grant, Ilima Informal Settlements Upgrading Grant, District Health Program, NHI, and School Infrastructure Backlog Grant. Then key to note here is that, for example, we're noting that there's been reductions of 1.5 billion and 1.2 billion to the HSDG, that is Human Settlement Development Grant, and the Informal Settlement Upgrade Grants. And then these grants are aimed at improving the living conditions of the poor and to do away with the inadequate housing. But what we are noting here is that there are these significant reductions in these two grants, which are, according to the Commission, were of the view that this will have a negative effect, because in a way these two constitutional grants are key in ensuring that those poor households who can't afford their own housing opportunities are assisted at least by these grants. And then again, given that there's an increasing and high backlog of informal settlements and inadequate housing in the country, then there'll be an impact on the delivery of those and ensure that people have adequate housing. And then again, we are noting that there's a reduction to the district health grant, NHI, that is the entire component. And then with respect to the district health grant, it is key to note that this grant recently, its scope has been expanded. It includes a lot of things. For example, it includes the HIV/AIDS prevention, the ARVs, and TB, etc., etc. So now, if this grant is being reduced, and at the same time, if you look at the data, it shows that by mid-year 2022 estimates, there's been an increase in the number of people living with HIV/AIDS. Then this is likely to have a negative impact now in terms of ensuring that there are campaigns, there are projects that are aimed at reducing infection and again roll out of the ARV, etc., and TB patients. And then the other grant that has been affected has been reduced materially, though the figure might look not that significant, but because the grant, I think just around 500 or 600 million, the reduction of about 2 million then is significant. Then this grant is aimed at assisting previously disadvantaged farmers and contributes to food security. So we are noting as a commission with concerns that reducing this grant would have a negative impact in terms of assisting previously disadvantaged farmers, and again could put some food security risk. The next slide. This slide just shows the trend, what has been happening over the years with respect to the allocation of these key selected grants. And we haven't seen much of increase over the years. But key to note here is that, as Sasha has indicated, with respect to the Early Childhood Development Grant, we are seeing that for 2024-25, there's been an addition of 1.1 billion to this grant, that is ECD, for nutrition support. And again, what we've noted here is that this grant will be implemented at the national level now by the national on behalf of provinces. And again, because it will still be at the pilot stage, we support this additional funding for ECD and support that, yes, it could be at the national level at this stage, but we are recommending that as time goes on, after the pilot has been done, then it needs to be shifted to the provinces, as such as indicated that one of the previous studies that we did indicated that these indirect grants are not performing good. The provinces should be responsible for the performance and implementation of this grant. And again, the national school nutrition programs projected to increase by 5.1% over the MTF. And we note as a commission that this growth is far less than the food inflation rate. But we do commend, we do acknowledge that at least government has protected, has shown that it does prioritize this program, though the growth is lower than the food inflation. But here it's key to note that even if the grant was to be increased maybe to the level of food inflation rate, but again, there are still a number of other challenges that still need to be dealt with, which could affect the delivery of the program. And these challenges include supply chain management issues, inability to benefit from the economies of scale, lack of comprehensive tracking, and then small portions, and among others. Then I think I will hand over, with your permission, Chair, to Kuso to do the local government section. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabelo. Good morning, honorable members and honorable Chair. I'll be taking you through the last section of our presentation, which looks at the division of revenue as it relates to local government. Chair, the local government sphere is still confronted by a number of challenges which are not new. The 2021-2022 Auditor General Report on Municipal Audit Outcomes has reiterated the fact that a significant portion of municipalities are still distressed, while the fiscal health of a large number of municipalities has deteriorated over the past few years. And we also see in the same report that 66 out of the 257 municipalities in the country are still dysfunctional and are really struggling to fulfill their service delivery mandate. In addition to this, we have also seen service delivery being brought to a halt in many coalition-led councils, which also paints a very ugly picture for the local government sphere, as municipalities are the coalface of service delivery in the country. So the Commission notes with concern the persistent struggles of municipalities, many of which stem from deficiencies in capacity within our municipalities. And as such, we submit that to aid municipalities in fulfilling their mandate in terms of their development role and improved service delivery. Both the national and provincial spheres of government need to assist in strengthening municipal finance and investment so as to revitalize local development while also creating more employment and promoting welfare through basic services. Next slide, please. Chair, as municipalities are the face of government in communities, it is important to underscore the point that they should not compromise on service delivery, and the Division of Revenue should continue to respond to this call. In this regard, this graph on this slide shows that over the 2024 MTF, the local government sphere is set to receive total transfers amounting to 531.8 billion in direct transfers and 22.7 billion in indirect local government conditional grant transfers, of which an amount of 317.9 billion will be allocated through the local government equitable share, while 163.2 billion is allocated through conditional grants and 50.6 billion through the general fuel levy sharing with metros. Next slide, please. So in terms of the average growth rates, we see that the increase in the local government equitable share allocation is the main driver behind the annual average growth rate of 5% over the medium-term expenditure framework. And the Commission welcomes the government's efforts to keep the local government equitable share consistent and protect the subsidies to the poor. The Commission also notes that there's a redistribution of funding within the local government equitable share amongst the different categories of municipalities, noting that the smaller, more rural municipalities are receiving more funding via the local government equitable share. And as such, we note and welcome this redistribution, as this additional funding will help alleviate some pressures that the municipalities face. Next slide, please. On our last slide, Chair, in terms of conditional grants, we note that there will be several reductions and reprioritizations that will affect the local government sphere over the 2024 medium-term expenditure framework. And these reductions affect the Integrated National Electrification Program Municipal Grant, the Municipal Disaster Response Grant, the Public Transport Network Grant, and the Energy Efficiency Demand Side Management Grant, and both the direct and indirect components of the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grants. And the Commission notes that the framework of the Urban Settlement Development Grant has been amended to include spending on new and existing bulk infrastructure. And over the 2022 MTF, this grant will be allocated 27.8 billion, which will be distributed between the 8 metropolitan municipalities across the country. Furthermore, the additional 650 million that is added to the Neighborhood Development Grant for 2024-25, which is geared to aid the government's effort in job creation. So the Commission in this regard knows that this is a capital grant and thus recommend that the transferring department should complete a comprehensive review to ensure that the functions and funding of this grant align with the strategic objective of the grant. Through capacity building and other current transfers, local government will receive a total of 6.9 billion over the MTF. So the Commission notes a significant decrease of 17.3% year-on-year for this category. And this is worrisome for a sector that continues to be confronted with capacity challenges. Lastly, Chair, the Commission notes the uptake of the FFC's recommendation to fund the district development model. And we note that this is a step towards the right direction, as you've seen that over the 2022 MTF, the National Treasury has prioritized the DDM funding through the Municipal Systems Improvement Grant, which will amount to 454 million over the MTF period. Chair, this is the end of our presentation, but just before we hand over to you, Chair, and through you, allow us, Chair, to hand over to our Chairperson for concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kutso. If you can go to slide 37, the next slide. Thank you so much. The Commission appreciates the consideration of its recommendations to this House for the past 30 years. The Commission first uplifted the first budget of the Government of the National Unity under the negotiated constitutional order in the early 90s. After a prolonged recession at that time in 1989, in 1993, South Africa saw spurts of growth on a quarterly basis from 5 to 7%. At that time, the state revenue account recorded total revenues of approximately 89.2 billion, with expenditures reaching 114.7 billion. Today, South Africa's main budget revenue exceeds 1.8 trillion and expenditure amount to 2.1 trillion, resulting in a deficit of 320.9 billion rands. The question we have to ask ourselves is whether these expansions in public finance have been matched by corresponding improvements in the quantity, quality, and delivery of public goods and services. The Commission recommends the strengthening of state-owned entities' governing structures, rigorously assessing their business models, and rationalizing operations by divesting non-core activities. In addition, the Commission recommends speeding up establishing a centralized holding company as recommended by the Commission in its recent submission. This centralized entity would constitute a well-organized platform to comprehensively tackle obstacles of SOEs, promote strategic decision-making, and ensure unified efforts for operational and financial success. Next slide. The Commission further welcomes the approval of the Freight Logistics Roadmap by Cabinet in December 2023 and is of the view that the 3 areas of intervention outlined in the roadmap are key to alleviating the woes of the country's freight rail and port logistics system. Next slide, please. The Commission welcomes the additional funding allocated to the National Schools Nutrition Program over the 2024 MTEF. However, the Commission recommends the strengthening and improvement of spending to ensure alignment with the grant objectives and consideration be given to linking the rate of increase in this grant to that of food inflation. The Commission also notes and supports the piloting of a nutrition support program within ECD to be undertaken by the National Department of Basic Education. However, the Commission recommends that the implementation thereof should be implemented by the provinces. That concludes the recommendations of the Commission. We now hand over to yourself, Chairperson, for deliberations on our analysis. Thank you. We hand over to yourself, Chair.
Thank you very much, Team FFC. I think now it's time for the members to deliberate on the presentation, very informative and triggering points that you have brought in, the 2 of you, FFC and PBO. I will now recognize members. Please raise your hand. If you can't, just call for my attention. Honorable Mlenzani, Honorable Mani, number 2. Secretary to also assist. I have 2 hands for now.
There's Honorable Ryder as well, Chair.
Has been excused. He has to attend other business at the legislature in Northern Cape. He has to make a presentation there. Honorable Ryder. Honorable Nkondlo. 4 hands. For now, let's take these 4 hands, and then if there are no other members who wants to come in, I'll call in the chairs to have a bite if they so wish. Let's start with the Honorable
Yes,
Lenza.
yes. Good morning, Chair.
Morning, sir.
I've just tried to stand where there is less wind, but my questions are both to PBO and FFC. Let me start by quoting, PBO slide 32 on the credibility and sustainability of the fiscal framework. They say, I quote, despite National Treasury's commitment to fiscal consolidation since 2012, both the budget deficit and debt to GDP ratio have consistently increased. The same is raised by FFC, but in another way. FFC talks of a sluggish growth. Now, my question to them both is, one, do you have a forecast for the normalization of the debt to GDP ratio in terms of anticipation? When do you see us normalizing this? And then the second one, what are your views on how this budget realizes the State of the Nation address? And my last one, which also strictly focuses on local government level, which is the core phase of service delivery. What are your views on the flexing of the district development model, the mandate of the DDM, now from a financial management point of view? Thanks, Chairperson.
Honorable Mlenzani. The next one is Honorable Ryder. The next Ryder. How Dinsang, Honorable Ryder.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. I thought Mr. Manya was before me, but
yep. Now the sequence has changed. Okay, it's fine. If you don't mind, you can just come in, or if you mind, we can give to Honorable Mani, because
no, it's okay, Chair. It's okay, Chair. Okay. You can proceed.
Okay, you can proceed, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Mani will come after him.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for the presentations. I think that we always get a lot from these presentations. I thought that the PBO was perhaps a little less independent today than they have been over the last couple of presentations they've given us. And of course, I know that Mr. Mohammed likes to, or Dr. Mohammed likes to trigger me with his comments about neoliberalism and using that phrase alone to discredit, to try and discredit things, when neoliberalism is not entirely a negative thing. But Chair, let's get to the content, and I think that it's important to ask a few questions, and some of them are aimed at both, and some are aimed at only one. So I'll appreciate any comments that we get. So the first one relates obviously to the NHI, and the medium-term expenditure framework indicated that only 1.4 billion rand in the medium term is going to be allocated to NHI. Which poses a bit of a question, because there are comments that, it's going to be implemented soon and that's about to be signed off, etc., etc. And that poses quite a big risk to our fiscal policy going forward and our fiscal framework, because we are very likely to see a massive impact if this thing goes ahead. So perhaps just some comments on that. I think that the Finance Minister has been reasonably open about the fact that we can't afford it, but comments from the two groups presenting. Again, as well, we had the tax bracket creep, which I think has been a cause for concern. If you're not adjusting your tax brackets for inflation, it's effectively a tax increase. And there's been a warning that this may happen over the next 2-3 years even. So an indication as well, if that's seen as a risk from the two groups presenting. There was a comment about producing more health professionals. that came out of the PBO's presentation. I think it's been topical that we've got enough health professionals, but we're not putting them in jobs. And when I asked the finance minister about the big announcement that Mr. Partler said the finance minister was going to make the other day, he said no, he hasn't got any real announcement, and we need to query it with health. And perhaps the PBO can then say, do they see the health budget and going into the next couple of years as absorbing these doctors that we have trained that we haven't been able to employ just yet. Moving on to the GFECRA, the monetization of that, and I think there's some long-term implications of the raiding of the GFECRA reserve, and in terms of how that's going to impact, because the monetization of it, we were told we're not going to be selling off assets. Again, it looks like we're going to be relying on the commercial banking system. So in other words, we're going to be increasing money supply in M3, and that's going to have an impact, I'm sure, on inflation, and also give potential for higher borrowing costs for the country, as our national equity position is seen to have weakened. And I think it was great, Mr. Ngozo, who spoke about this being a temporary solution to a bigger, deeper structural problem. But the fact is, it is a very quick solution, and it is going to have some impact. And I'd just like to hear a little bit more comment about those impacts in terms of inflation and the cost of borrowing going forward for the country. Right, no comments about grey listing and the fact that Treasury came out with a comment, I think it was in November, that they are 90% of the way there with meeting all of the grey listing requirements. And then, of course, we have an article at the end of last week stating that we're probably 20% there. And again, this is going to impact our fiscal policy going forward, and many of our cost inputs. Perhaps we can get some comments about the grey listing and the progress on that. FFC, yes, you gave us, and I really want to appreciate the fact that you sent me hard copies of your annual submission. I really enjoyed it. For those members that haven't taken time to read it, take a look through it. I think that there was some effort in the budget review document to address some of the issues that were raised in that. But I'm not sure that the FFC feels that they've been properly heard, and I'd love to hear their comments, particularly in light of the comments from the chair about the 30 years and the fact that they've been providing us the input for 30 years. It is a constitutional requirement that Treasury listens to them and takes it into account. FFC, do you think Treasury has properly heard what you submitted? I'll be honest with you and say I read the cheat sheet. I didn't go into the fairly substantial technical document that you sent, but I do think it certainly was well worthwhile. Last two, Chair, relating to indirect grants and perhaps the threat to fiscal policy of centralization. And of course, the opposite of neoliberalism, I guess, is centralizing all power in the middle of government, and the fact that we're seeing very real risks of this. And I mean, this is possibly an indication of the incapacity at provincial and local governments to actually get things done. But it's not the right solution. Can we have some comments about centralization of more and more functions into Treasury, and the impact of that on the fiscal framework? Last one, Chair. Welcoming the local government, the increasing local government share. I still think it's insufficient. There are, of course, concerns about local government's ability to spend this money prudently and effectively. But I do think it's a good thing that we've seen in the MTF consistency and upholding the promises that were made to us last year. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Mani, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Very loud and clear, crystal clear.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, Chairperson, in fact, one of the reasons
And I can also see you.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, No, one of the reasons I let Honorable Ryder to take number 2 when I was number 2 is because I just thought maybe I'm biased or whatever. Let me just hear the one comment on this one issue which I will raise now. And he actually confirmed it. I must say that, all the comments we've ever heard about these two institutions have always been very positive in terms of their role and all of that. But I don't know, Chairperson, whether we can attribute today's posture to the season that indeed both institutions today, I didn't get the sense that they were as robust as I've experienced them in the past presentations that they've had. I mean, Chairperson, I've had to go back to look at why exactly do we have a PBO, and I went to the act that established it. And it says there that its main objective is to provide independent, objective, and professional advice and analysis to Parliament on matters related to budget and other money bills. Now, Chairperson, and this is all I expected from them, but I mean, the very opening bet from the PBO, if nothing, but it was really almost like a minister speaking. It was a heavy political overtone. It was a pep talk of what you call it, despite the figures pointing otherwise, but we had a very positive energy being put into know everything is going right and all of that. Yet we are sitting here, Chairperson, with an established fact that the economic growth we're sitting with as things stand now is 0.6. So that is a very grim position to start with. Now to have PBO not even saying anything about this, but saying anything about everything is going right, and all of this, and all of that. I mean, we're sitting here with a Gini coefficient which has been missed. We had a very big, call it a very conservative target of 0.6. Even that is too much. It should have been somewhere in the 0.2 and so on. But be that as it may, we're sitting today at 0.67, and somehow we get a waxing of lyric about we are dealing with inequality and all of that. Yet the numbers are going the wrong way. We're sitting with unemployment that is huge. I mean, 32% on the narrow side of things. It's a huge, but I'm not getting the sense of urgency as to what is it that needs to be done, what is that Parliament needs to do by way of advice. I mean, if we're sitting here, Chairperson, with a public infrastructure investment that has missed the target so badly, it's sitting at less than 2%, and yet we get a pep talk in spite of that. You look at what the public investment accounted for, a meager 17%, really. You look at GDP per capita, it's nowhere near what is projected to be. And then we then hear stories about electric vehicles and all of this. When we can hardly put the lights on, why are we even talking electric vehicles here when we can't even put the lights on, So Chairperson, I don't know, I really would encourage the both structures to really not allow themselves to be mired into politics. They are seasoned professionals. We depend on them. So I really want to encourage them that they must stop this thing of walking on eggshells and all of that. They must give things as they are. And there are enough politicians to do their work. They should not do the work of the politicians. I mean, if you look at how they presented the issue of learning and culture, the graphs are pointing up as one of the major beneficiaries. But if you look at the detail of that, this is where the rubber hits the road. If you look at the detail of that huge increase, we actually see that a good 51 billion of that is actually salaries and stuff and all of that. And it's not going to, and that is important. I must not say anything negative about that. But to position it as if learning and growth is being culture of learning is being improved. I think it's misleading, Chairperson, because we're sitting at the same time with the allocation to the institutions that has been dropped to the institutions of higher learning that has been dropped by a huge 14 billion. Okay, 14 billion, and this is now where it should actually be, where the children are going to be getting their tuition. You know, if you reduce that by 14 billion, what do you think you're going to get? We're sitting here, Chairperson, with children that are sleeping in passages and everywhere. And that you have a NSFAS that has been reduced by 16 billion. What is that? You know, and then we get the PBO that is saying, no, on this side, there's more money and all of that. Our children are suffering in these institutions, especially the NSFAS market. And we have a PBO that's not raising any concern about that. I'm really worried about this. And at the same time, there's a 7.4 billion that has been given to the presidency, a slush fund, basically, that as we sit here and now, nobody in this meeting can tell us where that money is going to go to. It's actually a reckless allocation by the Minister of Finance, almost 8 billion that has been given to the presidency for some job and employment stimulus. You know, I mean, what is that? I mean, if there were clear plans as to where this money is going to go, no problem. But we all don't know. But somehow there's 8 billion that the president is going to see what to do with. I mean, what is that? Given that we've got NSFAS here, children that are already in trouble, sleeping in passages, but we've got some 7.4 billion for somebody to just see, let me see what I can do. I mean, really, this is really reckless, what we see here. We have a huge debt service cost, the biggest line item in our accounts, a huge number, some 382 billion of debt service cost, and this is just interest payment. And not much is being said about what needs to be done to reduce this, to deal with this thing. So, Chairperson, I must say I'm not particularly impressed with the advice and guidance that should be given by these structures. I mean, look at the issue of the youth unemployment. If we're sitting with the youth unemployment of 60% about, and yet institutions of learning will reduce and we're looking at a modern economy. And with all of that in place, we then reduce the money to the higher institutions, and then the children that must actually be assisted with the necessary education and qualifications, you then reduce NSFAS again. What do you think you're doing? Isn't this structure of this budget in itself creating the mayhem that we see in the streets? These are the issues which I would have thought that these structures would be raising. I mean, if you look at the FFC, for instance, their biggest issue around the fact that there's been a reduction in the revenue, they attribute that to, in the SOE space, they attribute that to the non-carrying out of the neoliberal aspects of this neoliberal aspects by the executive. They are worried about the fact that Eskom, Transnet, they did not sell enough. I mean, really, you know, Chairperson, in this country, we've had a Coleman Andrews that has put us in this mess, who came here in SAA and sold our fleet. We're sitting here with an SAA that is busy hiring fleet left, right, and center. Now we have FFC that is also pushing a Coleman Andrews narrative of trying to sell off. Where are we headed in this country? You know, if people like FFC that should have all the graphs, all the models and everything to advise properly, but they are here to just help the executive do the wrong things. I'm not impressed, Chairperson. I mean, you have an IDC that is supposed to be doing things right, and if you go to IDC, they don't give money that they should give to people. A lot of PE companies that are supposed to be getting funding even from the IDC. They don't get this money. They want this, they want that. You spend years trying to get money from them. They don't, and because they purport to be prudent. They purport to be prudent, yet they've been making losses for the past 2 years, consecutively making losses, and at the same time strangling businesses that they should be supporting. So I'm not happy. I mean, if you look at the issue of the equitable share, which the FFC is looking at, where the rubber hits the road at local government, the equitable share given there is only 9%, but there are no alarms raised. And the biggest lion share has gone to the provinces. And if you look at what the provinces are doing with this money, Gauteng has got some gimmick called Nasispani, where it's basically grants that they're doing. Instead of doing something, all those people are in the Nasispani and all of these gimmicks. Those people need real jobs. They don't want grants by all kinds of funny names. Something that gets cooked up very quickly, then you're called a WADA without even the required training and everything. And somehow you must start harassing people out there, purporting to be a security, this, that, and the other. Instead of creating real things so that there's sustainability, so that there's a multiplier effect, all we're doing now, actually that 28 million that Mr. Ramaphosa was talking about proudly. I mean, you have a president that proudly talks about 28 million people that are in grants. I mean, where are we here? Where are we here? Why are we not talking about the fact that the president of this country does not see anything wrong with 28 million people on handouts? And we've got here very, very sophisticated people within these two structures that are saying nothing about this. Really, Chairperson, I really would encourage these institutions to do what they're meant to be doing. I mean, FFC says something about BEPS, this base erosion profit sharing story. This is one of the biggest problems. This is the biggest drains in terms of financial outflows into the country that are actually unlawful. As it were. They polish it. They don't say anything strong about it. That which needs to be done to avoid this thing. The country is bleeding because of all these sophisticated transfer price what to call it transfer pricing mechanisms in this BEPS thing. But I'm not hearing FFC saying anything about coming down on this transfer pricing, which is robbing the country huge by way of fiscal. So let me close the chair with I'm very saddened, Chairperson, that
I can feel that. I can feel that.
No, I'm very saddened because I have very high trust in these institutions, but I think maybe the political wind has got them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I can feel the energy of the season that you're speaking on. Honorable Mani, thank you for your input. And we'll request the members not to go into debating you had an opportunity to debate the SONA and other things, but let's focus on what has been presented to us, correctly quoting the mandates of the two institutions. Let's focus there, whether we are getting what is expected of us, of them. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Can I come in?
Honorable Nkondlo, you are next, madam.
Yes, can you hear me, Chair?
I can hear you.
And I feel strongly that this Oh, thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to all members, and also to both entities that are presenting to us this morning, and appreciating once again an opportunity to join and be enriched by both PBO and the FFC's presentations that are quite extensive and in detail. I think, Chair, I would have wanted, and I think the conclusion by Dr. Mbava from the FFC has got a very compelling, I think, question and observation if we really consider from what she ended on the state of revenue account, from where it were and where we are, and the progress that we've been making in terms of public financing. And the questions, I think, that relates also to the notion of the current state of our Gini coefficient, depicting our inequality, because I think that's exactly where we need to sort of always be, entertaining these conversations around that point, is whether indeed what is being collected, what the country is producing, is indeed making the indelible mark of realizing the kind of equitable distribution, of resources of the states and the benefit to the citizens. I think I want also to commend both PBO and the FFC, about entering the space and using data beyond us as politicians, I think would bring, at most our political rhetoric, but bring scientific evidence about what is being discussed and has been discussed, I think, across time by those that are dealing with the economic theories, political economy and the likes, about, managing of the economy. And where we are, it's important that as a generation of members of parliament, we're alive to these particular conversations around, the role of both private sector and the role of the state in the economy. Because I think we should guard against of being placed into an either or type of a conversation at this point, in the trajectory of human progress. Because I think there is ample, particularly if we consider, the historical legacies, there is ample data provided by scholars, including scholars in the continent, about, the role of the states if you consider colonial legacies and the impact of post-colonial states and how they are able to grow or manage those economies, and what role those states have to play against this quagmire we find ourselves in, that we're talking about, of the high levels of inequality, high levels of unemployment, which is something not unique in South Africa. So I'm very much happy with the fact that that conversation with Treasury is actually being brought into the fore, because it is a necessary conversation that we must all be alive to, so that we are not speaking as if we are in the last 40 or 50 years ago. We must discuss as people who are moving with the times about the evidence that has been produced, of those that would have believed that there is no role for the state in the economy, and those that believed that there is that role. What's the extent of that role? How do you harness that particular role, including the role of private sector? So I think I wanted to start there, Chair, to sort of recognize that, because I think that is going to be the future conversation that is going to help us in the South African economy to look at how service provision, is better provided in a manner that indeed there is value for money. Because one, I think, wants to actually check. I think it was PBO that, amongst others, was raising the issue of the non-core funding that gets to be added in the likes of functions like administration. And one would have just wanted to gauge, what percentage in the overall budget that perhaps has been picked up, to sort of go towards those particular additions. Because indeed, the cost of doing business, by the state is one thing that has led even I think to the current issue of NFSAS that we're talking about, and in other spheres, of the functions that we talk about, even at the CWP level, because what actually gets to the end, which is the end user or the beneficiary of this particular program, has been very little if you consider the huge budget of these particular programs that gets to be allocated from the fiscals. But when you look at it, in terms of the cost of provisioning of that particular service to the actual beneficiary, that the money is actually lost in all these other costs, of the models that we actually choose as government. And I think it's something that we should be aware of and be able to understand those particular costs, so that those are some of the savings if we become more efficient in the manner in which we deliver services. And the other comment, Chair, I would like to make is that for me, I think if we look at the classification, I think in the presentation of PBO, between the money spent, in learning and that is more our education, health, and also the economy. I think one is always concerned about how the contribution or the percentage in the economy activities is actually low. Actually, I think in the presentation, if I'm not mistaken, it was about 10%. And I think this, for me, is one issue that I think we need to be considering of increasing that, because indeed we do not want to have a situation where we increase spending more, on activities that do not get people into the mainstream economy. And when you look at, yes, supporting the money that is going to go to 120,000 township businesses, and one asks 120,000 township business against what a number, because if we consider the number of townships that are actually growing in our communities, that 120,000 number, one would be actually a drop in the ocean, because that's exactly what we need to be spending, our budget on, is actually trying to get people from these marginalized spaces, into, productive activities. Because also, I think one of the things that is also mentioned by PBO is some of the challenges of the supply side and low productivity as one of the limitations in our economic growth. And I think for me that those are some of the things that we need to be considering, is increasing, notwithstanding the fact that in education, in health, there would always be, I'm not sure how do we account also for some of the economic benefits of this money spent in those areas, as part of that 10% of the classification of the budget in the economic sort of sector. Perhaps it's something that could be clarified in that area. And I want to support, I think, the call, I think, of the evaluation of the EPWP and the CWP programs, because these particular programs, I think their theory of change, as it was presented, or as when it started, it was indeed to actually help people that are low skilled or unskilled, and actually enable them to graduate into sort of productive capabilities. And whether indeed out of the money that have been spent, given to provinces, given to municipalities, have we actually realized that value for money? Can we say the people that have gone through these particular programs are actually now, can be absorbed, have been absorbed, or others can have gone back, to the education sector for reskilling or upskilling, and actually, are we indeed, can we register that from the amount of money that have been spent in the CWP and the EPWP, people have actually graduated? Because those evaluations or post evaluations are very important, so that if we are going to proceed with these kind of programs, once again, we're able to see, the impact and the outcomes that we desired. So I think for me, that is very much important. The other issue, Chair, is this issue of the job crisis, because yes, I think both FFC and the PPO are raising the notion of youth unemployment. And I think, Chair, this has been an issue year in administration after administration. In South Africa, is a signatory, I think, to the UN youth protocols, to the Africa Youth Charter signed by this particular parliament. South Africa has got a national youth policy, that is supposedly to integrate and mainstream youth development, from national government right up to local government. And I think this is one of the things that we must also, I think, as parliament, through National Treasury, be able to understand where are we missing with all the investment that is being made, where are we missing to integrate and ensure, a mainstreamed youth development, because it can't be that with the money that is being spent year in and year out, young people, it seems, are not necessarily being brought into the mainstream economy. As we see, those that are dropping out in the education system, which therefore becomes part of their need, and those that are falling out whilst they are employed. And I think what does it say in terms of elevating our national youth policy and also institutions of youth development, right from national up to local government level, which I think is something that we must put a spotlight on in terms of our oversight role. That are we indeed putting a spotlight, on the issues of youth in our country. And I think, Chair, my last comments, I think, are on the presentation by FFC around both the provincial and local government. I think one issue that I think I'm appreciating having been raised by the FFC, I think, is on the political instability in local government and its impact, including the issue of coalitions. Actually, this for me, Chair, is important to bring to light the issue of fiscal decentralization or fiscal federalism, which is embedded in our governance model. And actually, as we are starting to see, others would call it a maturing democracy, and now we are going towards, having even more political parties participating, in provincial and local government level. And I think this indeed puts a spotlight on this particular issue, that what then becomes the reality of this fiscal decentralization in as far as policy prioritization, when monies are allocated into provinces, let alone right down to municipalities, where the provincial administrative capacity, including of local administrative capacities, at times becomes challenged. And therefore, what then becomes the victim in all of this, whether that is seen through spending patterns or underspending, as we've seen in number of these particular grants, is actually the actual poorer communities that are actually victims of this administrative capacity challenges of either provinces or local government. And this actually put a spotlight on the concept of fiscal decentralization, because the reality of the matter is that whether these grants, are actually being reduced, where at times, whether they are increased in terms of local government, but the persistent underspending of grants or poorer spending of these particular grants have actually affected more the poorer communities, because it is them whom at this point would end up not getting the necessary road infrastructure that they desire, or upgrading of informal settlement. And it's actually worrying that there is a decrease in that spending, considering that with urban in-migration, one of the things that we have seen is actually increase in informal settlements across, especially in the metros. And I think that particular phenomenon is something that is going to be with us for a longer time. And it's worrying that, there's a decrease in informal settlement upgrading, because then it means the infrastructure, people are still going to be sitting in congested areas, and the issue of disaster, where you find fires, that actually catch many of these informal settlement. So I think these are issues that Chair wanted, I think, to bring about in as far as the notion of provinces together with local government. And having said that, I think those would be just my reaction and inputs, Chair, on the two presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Kaiso, you're next.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chair, and pleased to see you back again. And thank for the presenters of both the PBO's office and the FFC. Chair, it was quite interesting presentation that one has listened to today. And maybe it is because it's not done by a politician. That is one thing important. So my understanding is that both institutions are not sworn in to do their job, but they are just pure professionals. So our duty as a committee, I think, is just to either take it or leave it. Of course, we've done our own research on the issues that are presented as well on regular basis. So what I'm going to do, Chairperson, I'm going to mainly talk on the issues raised by the PBO. On the issue of gender-based budgeting, budget line, I think there is a clear recommendation. I don't think it's been done for the first time, because there has been an outcry of, issue on gender-based violence and budgeting for specific budgeting for this. I think moving forward as a committee in the next administration of the Parliament, I think there has to be a consistent monitoring that each and every department, at least we have something, said under that, because it's very, very much critical, not only to, rely only how one department is doing it, the justice and arms of securities are doing it, but there must be a commitment across the department that would enable us to can monitor this aspect of the activity. Chairperson, coming on education, I'm sorry, some I may not mention which slide, but quite interestingly, on the issue of international reading literacy study, which has been done by the PPO, is quite interesting one. Whilst we know that nationally we are focusing on the good results of matric, I think this point, even at the union level, is one issue that it raised. The teachers' union has actually raised on several occasions at several platforms to say, no, look, our focus on education should not only be on grade 12 learners, but it must also actually deliberately focus on very lower levels, because they build towards that level, high level. So it does say that there's a need for the department itself moving forward to address that, to achieve optimum results at the level of the performance of our institutions of learning, especially at secondary and foundation level. Now, basically the economy of each and every country would actually be boosted by factors such as education being achieved maximally, as well as health. So it's one of those pointers that play a very much important role in as far as development of the economy of the country. Now, I think there's also on slide 25, on slide 25, there's an issue which the PPO raises there around the issue of what have been the dominant economic areas, in as far as capital stock is concerned, and actually showing the growth. It was in the regions of the real estate, financial intermediaries, insurance, real estate, and business service. So if you look at that chart, it tells a different story as to our main concern. It has been that, yes, there's been a shrink of the construction, shrink in certain, sectors. But now, this slide on slide 29 gives us a different impression, which I want to agree because of one reason. That the financial sector is one sector which has not transformed completely. And that's where we even do not hear the expression from the same capital to say we need to transform ourselves. Of course, they won't say we want to transform ourselves. So they want us to, we must force them to transform. So long as the financial sector has not transformed, it will give these results that on slide 25, it's giving us that only the real estate, financial intermediaries, insurance companies, real estate and business, which are dominant by white capital, are doing better than any other sector now as we speak. I mean, even ESCOM, they are being outdone by this sector. It does tell us a story. So these are untouchable areas of capital where it's growing and it's doing maximum profit, where we are hands off. So they have to be forced to transform such that now even ordinary people are able to benefit from it. Now, on slide 34, Chairperson, the issue which has been raised by PBO around the issue of fiscal rules that are being, the Treasury is thinking of implementing that. How I wish that Treasury should not even attempt to do that, because now it would seem to impose a very difficult situation around, accessibility of resources and retarding progressive programs that the government of the day would like to implement. So I really wish it's not necessary to implement such rules on top of already rules which have been implemented to some extent. I think if on the PBO reports on the number of unemployment in the country and retarded growth and figures of unemployment around youth around ages of 18 to 25, which is very big, close to 60% is very huge. But we must appreciate, Honorable Chair, that the presidential project so far, including the extended public works program and many other programs, which are an initiative of that office, has played a major role. That actually even more budget is needed to take even beyond the number of all the youth who have received job opportunities as I speak now. Because the government of the day would not just sit down and say, okay, fine, the economy is in crisis, nobody must be employed. But we must appreciate that at least, rather than doing nothing, the government has tried its best to do. That's why the presidential, has its own project to ensure that it pushes, focusing also on youth. That is why it is also, appears on SONA, it appears on major strategic document as we move forward to the 7th administration. So it's really appreciated that so many people have been absorbed through the presidential project in that office. So let me pause there and thank very much, Chair. I'll come back when it's necessary.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiso. Honorable members, looking at the time that we have taken, we're not going to have a second bite. I think Honorable George, Honorable Deloitte, Honorable Vessels, who are still fine, and other members who have not spoken. I will now request Honorable Maswangani, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, to speak on finance, to speak. It's your opportunity, Honorable Maswangani.
Thank you, Chairperson, Comrade Dikeledi, chairpersons who are also in the platform from provinces and NCOP, NA colleagues from the 4 finance committees. Just to come on the issue of PBO and FFC chairperson. I think this criticism of the 2 institutions must be fair rather than bashing them. Because we know the role of FFC as a constitution-based kind of institution where it derives its mandate from. And the PBO, which is a tool or an institution that support the finance committees in conducting research and so on and so on. I just want members to indicate whether these institutions in conducting research, do you question their data collection methodology? Because I've been checking the sources that they quote here in analyzing the budget, and I think they are valid and they are reliable. I don't think we want FFC and a PBO that is partisan, because above these 2 institutions that help us to analyze the budgets, we do have caucus research units. Coming from the ANC, we have the R&D unit that also, from the standpoint of the ANC, which takes an ideological outlook to say, as the ANC, this is how we view this budget. I don't expect the PBO and FFC to be like the ANC R&D unit because they have been established for different purposes. So it will be important, Chairperson, when we criticize these 2 institutions, we are fair. Because if you look at the people who have presented here, no one can challenge their academic credentials. They have got high qualifications in economics and other related disciplines, and we can't criticize them in a manner that what they have presented is invalid. I don't think so. I think they must be defended, Chairperson. We can't allow ourselves to abuse them, and we keep quiet because they are not politicians. And if we keep quiet, more especially us as chairpersons, it will be unfair even if there has to be criticism, let it be a fair criticism. Just two issues, Chairperson. The PBO, as pointed out, are saying that where they're asking a question, where will growth come from? I will want to take the question back to them that in their own analysis, where do they think growth should come from? Because it's a serious issue that can assist us to deal with challenges that we are facing, youth unemployment and so many other challenges that this country is facing. Indeed, in their analysis, they are raising the issue of fiscal consolidation that has played a role in the rise of the debt level. And this is the same conclusion that the UN Secretary General, I think is Mr. Guterres, has come to the same conclusion. And he has called for countries to apply systems, financial systems that work for all. So the conclusion by FFC and PBO is spot on, because that's the same conclusion arrived at by the UN. And in their thinking, FFC and PBO, outside the fiscal consolidation or putting aside fiscal consolidation, what becomes the alternative to deal with the rising debt, which is becoming a problem to the budget, because it is now a fastest growing budget item, and we have to curb it and make sure that education, health, and social development should take the center stage, as they are the apex. I mean, more especially education is the apex priority of this government. So how do we deal with this issue of fiscal consolidation? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Maswanganye. Okay, I am happy that you have raised that we should not be overwhelmed by the season and try to change the color and the dignity of these committees. We've always been working fine with them. And as you say, if there are issues that we must criticize, we must criticize them within their jurisdiction and not try to draw them into our politics. Because our responsibility also as finance committees, things that we're dealing with here, they touch on everyone and every organization, the whole country, the economy of the country, the service delivery that people who are poor and even those who are wealthy, they are services that they expect from us. So we need to be careful of how we deal with these issues and be sober-minded when we deal with them, and make sure that we also consider and look at our economic situation and put ourselves in the shoes of Treasury, given the situation, as to what best could they have done. And you also correctly said that as the ANC, the ANC has its own, just like any other party, they've got their own research unit, their content advisors, and everybody who are doing according to their ideological thinking. So we might not prescribe from the same school of thought, but we are a team here. We are members of parliament, having a mandate from our constituencies, different as they are, different classes, but we need to put them first as members of the parliament and public reps. Shenge, can you be the last before I hand over to the two institutions to respond?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson Maswangai, all the chairpersons on the platform, the presenters, PBO and FFC, and honorable members. No, thank you for the presentation. I think from our side, I've got a few questions, but I'll be interacting. We'll be interacting as the committees again with FFC and PPO next week. Let me hold on to my questions, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Sabonga Shenge. I'm going to start.
Sorry, Chairperson. Okay. Before you go, yeah, I'll hold on my questions. I wanted to do this on behalf of our committees last week, and you had to rush somewhere. Just to say our condolences as a collective of these committees for the bereavement that you and the family suffered. You must be rest assured we are with you, and we are happy you are back and leading us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shenge. PBO, you're next, and please check on the chat group. There's a statement there that I think you can also say something in your response in relation to what is raised there. Thank you. Over to you, PBO.
Thank you so much, Chair and members. Thank you for the questions, for the comments. I think I want to start. I'll give some of the inputs and then the team will respond. And if anything outstanding, I'll let back. But also want to start by thanking the chairpersons for the interventions, because I had raised my hand when I heard Honorable Mani and Honorable Ryder speak. I wanted to respond, but I think what I want to start with, chairs and members, is that look, the Money Bills Act does make provisions in terms of how this office operates, and if anybody, including members, feels that we are not following that, they have there's a protocol in the Act in terms of how to report such concerns in particular. And I would really encourage members to really follow that up and really request that the office be protected from any political debates, because Chairperson, we can't respond to this criticism as honorable because they are political in nature. We can't respond to them. And more so that I think my concern is how much these political criticisms they really demote the team's morality as well, if you think about it, Chair, because we're very constrained with resources, so much this happen, and we get this response.
Sorry, Doc. Honorable Chairperson, can I interrupt with your permission?
Yes, Shenge. Yes, Shenge.
Yeah. So no, thanks, Doc. I think go and respond to the questions the chairpersons have dealt with the area. I think let's not overburden the argument. I think the chairpersons made their views. Let's go straight to the questions. In any case, it's already after 12 now. Sure, thanks. With your permission.
Thanks, Chair. I think the point I wanted to make in follow-up, Chair, was to say we do welcome criticisms. We want criticisms from members because we are here to help them. So we do welcome criticisms, but I think the point I want to make is that criticism should be based on the work that we do. My concern is that the points that were raised are all in the presentation that we give. All the inputs, the points raised by members are all in the presentation itself. So that's very important to please we get the questions based on that. But we do welcome criticisms all the time. I've said this, we do welcome criticisms, but they should be based on what we present. And we're open all the time to engage members, even out of the meeting, come to the office. We're very, very open to that. I would, Honorable Biteleza, I had to respond because this is very important for the team. We had discussion about it to say the time that we're in, it does have implications for how we do our work as well. I'll let the team speak to some of these points, Chair, and I'll come back once the team has spoken to some of the points. I'll start with Nelia. Do you want to start?
Yes, thank you. I can start, Dumisani, but I think one of the issues that Honorable Ryder asked a lot of questions on in terms of the NHI and health, and I actually just wanted to respond in terms of the positions that has not been filled. So it's not just one factor that actually influenced the whole issue that positions has not been filled. It's administrative issues, it's financial issues, it's misperception. But we shouldn't create a perception that we don't need doctors. We do need doctors. We do have a extensive human resource health strategy for 2030, which is very comprehensive. And at this stage, we only have 3 doctors for 10,000 patients in government, which is below what other countries have, and what the ideal is, and what is in our human resource plan. And something that I always wanted to raise in terms of the health issues and budget issues. There was a lot of rumors in health, and the rumors was because of miscommunication. Doctors in a hospital in Limpopo doesn't know what's happening on a national level or even on a provincial level. They just want to do their job. And if a doctor gets a letter that you're not allowed to fill your position, you're not allowed to operate in all your theaters, for example, they will immediately react. They will send patients home, which that actually was scheduled for an operation because of that kind of communication. And I think the communication is a big thing, especially on a provincial level as well. The doctors in Tygerberg Hospital stopped all their normal operations in December after the communication of health budgets that's going to be cut, for example. And it's not the proper communication that they got. Hospitals are not filling their positions because of the rumors that budgets will be cut. So I just wanted to raise that point because I think that's a big issue in terms of all the vacancies and yes, and the rumors about not enough money for health. That's all I actually wanted to say in terms of Honourable Ryder's information, and I am willing to assist him with more information if he needs.
Dr. Chanchis, I'll leave it to you to deal with your team.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Siraj, you want to come in? And then, okay, go on, Siraj.
Okay, yes, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. There were lots of questions and members, some members also spoke a lot. So I'm going to focus on only 3 areas, and please, if I'm taking too long, please warn me and I'll stop. The first question that I'm going to deal with came from Honourable Mnumzana, who asked the first question. And it was a question about the forecast about when we're going to normalize debt to GDP levels. Now, I think it's really important to understand that within economics, it doesn't depend on what kind of economist you are. There's no one has a view that's convincing about what a debt to GDP level should be. You have Japan with over 240% government debt to its GDP, and we know that the Japanese economy is one of the largest in the world. It's also been lately, even though they didn't push up interest rates and they've been doing fiscal stimulus, the economy's done really well and the inflation levels didn't go up. And then you can get countries also with very low levels of debt to GDP that are also doing well. And often, I think the relationship between debt to GDP levels, and we've made this point before, is that debt to GDP is a ratio. And it's affected by your growth level. And a lot of the discussion that we've seen from the National Treasury and the the policy document on macro policy, and also in the budget review, was about how we need to grow the economy, but it doesn't really answer the question about how you grow the economy, and then also doesn't look at how fiscal consolidation in itself, as Honorable Masangani also reinforced with the point that the Secretary General of the UN has also said this, that it actually decreases growth and with that increases debt levels. And so we need to look at structurally what the problems in the economy are, and then decide how we're going to support that. And just to say that when we do think about what debt to GDP levels should be, we should take a different view to, I think, what National Treasury is putting across in the document, and see that fiscal policy is an effective policy, not only to stimulate the economy, but to support development growth over time. And I think that brings me to my second question, which is in response to the question asked by the Honorable Chair of the Finance Committee about, how to, what is our answer to the question of how do we get growth and how do we deal with debt to GDP levels? And the PBO, I think, over the last few years, particularly during COVID and after COVID, in thinking about the recovery, we've pointed out that it really is necessary to look at the needs of the poorest in South Africa, the people who could make up a large percentage of the buying power in this economy, but because of inequality, they don't. We see with the household contribution to GDP is over 60%, but there needs to be a redistribution that allows them to do that, and that redistribution have to happen through the state, through the provision of better, higher quality services, more spending on services, but also social grants to create increase their buying power so that they can stimulate the economy in order to stimulate investment and growth. And all that money that government will spend in the economy, as it goes into shops, building things, improving access to services, a part of that will be taxed back into the state, a part of it will lead to increased growth. And we really dispute the kind of very low fiscal multipliers that some studies, and these studies based on exactly the kind of economic theory that I was criticizing, is coming up with. We actually believe that with targeted spending, government spending can have a huge impact, a large multiplier, particularly when it goes to areas where there's real need. And with that, it won't be inflationary, because you'll be building on the capacity on the supply side, but you'll also be managing through the government spending the economy on the demand side. And so the government can do that. And through that, the government can do a huge amount to support the private sector in its growth and development and investment in the productive sector, and help with the allocation of finance. As the Honorable Chair Scott pointed out, there's a problem with the way in which finance is allocated, and the most of the finance being allocated to building capital stock in unproductive sectors, and the need to start building our engines of growth that can create jobs and a sustainable, inclusive growth in the future. So that is, I think, in a nutshell, our view on how to support growth. And with that growth, we're going to see debt to GDP levels come down as the economy grows. It may not happen in a one medium-term expenditure framework period. We may actually see debt to GDP growth and debt servicing costs have to increase, but we have to look beyond those short-term targets towards a vision for how to change and shift the economy onto a different and higher growth path. The last issue I want to come to was by Honorable Ryder, and it is the question of sort of neoliberalism and the size of the state and the centralization of power. And I want to answer this, and I'll try and be as short as possible, because I really am a student of Keynes. And Keynes wrote an article back in the 1924-25, where he addressed this issue of, am I liberal? And Keynes' views on liberalism became seen as, after the Second World War, as at that time described as the modern liberalism. But Keynes had developed his views in response to
the Great Depression, his understanding of the role and the disequilibrating and the destabilizing role of the financial sector particularly, but also in response to the very high levels of unemployment that were in Britain. It was about 25%, which hasn't reached the level that South Africa's had for a very long time, but it was seen as a huge crisis that you had to bring the state in because the private sector couldn't respond. And so the Keynes' views was often referred to as an embedded liberalism. This modern view of liberalism understood that markets don't clear, that you can get involuntary unemployment, and in order to deal with that, and in order to drive the economy onto a different growth path and to allocate capital, you have to have a partnership and a role for the state to do that. And so I'm not saying anything more radical than that. And I think the view that by centralizing power in the presidency, it's an anti-neoliberal or anti-liberal view, I think that needs to have more thought, particularly, the overall role of the state, not only the government and government spending needs to be considered and thinking through that and what that means, whether it's centralized or not. The other view is that what we've seen with the experience of globalization and neoliberal globalization since the 80s is that the state has actually not had to withdraw from the economy and play a smaller role, and the markets play a larger role. The state now steps in and has to play a larger role to bail out after financial crisis, when the auto industry in the US is going through a collapse, to provide quantitative easing in the aftermath of the global financial crisis, and during the COVID-19 epidemic, we saw was often seen as a reversal of neoliberal policies, with the US looking at industrial policy now. So I think this is a very, very important debate. And hopefully as we go through an election and a new government gets formed and new parliamentarians come in, that we can continue this very fruitful and important debate. And just the last point is that, just because you oppose neoliberalism or communism or socialism in your views as a member of the PBO, doesn't mean that you're not independent. I think the independence comes from the willingness to actually put yourself out there and raise the questions that trigger people, including members of parliament. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if Busi or Sepo, yes, come in, Sepo. Yep.
Thank you very much, Dr. Didiana. I'll be quite brief in the interest of time because the bunch is also.
We're starting to hear you, Sepo.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, better.
Sorry about that. I was saying that I'll try to be as brief as possible in the interest of time. And given that Siraj has also dealt with some of the questions that were addressed to my specific slides, but just to refer on all members to, once again, the pre-budget brief that we wrote on SA debt and the fiscal framework, because it links to much of the discussion there. Also has to do with the question of how do we deal with our high debt service costs. And in the brief, we explicitly explain that government shouldn't just be taking on high debt service costs. In fact, we're of the view that these high debt service costs can be curbed through a number of interventions. For instance, government in the current environment, government could be borrowing in the more shorter term end of the yield curve, meaning more short-term borrowing. There's interventions within the literature in other countries about how other countries have looked at things such as debt, targeted debt renegotiation, preferential and prescribed lending, and accessing capital on more favorable terms, including from the central bank. We do know from a South African point of view, the South African Reserve Bank Act does make provision for the SARB to be able to buy government bonds within a legislated limit. And we saw this was possible during the COVID-19 period when the SARB bought to the tune of 34 billion worth of government bonds. And in conclusion, just to make the point that I think it's important to understand that government debt is not simply just a fiscal policy problem. In fact, monetary policy does in fact directly impact government's debt levels, but also the interest that government plays. And National Treasury has even admitted this through the sensitivity analysis that they published in the 2023 budget review in 2023, where they show in terms of what the impact of interest rates, of inflation and exchange rate is on the level of debt, but also on the interest rates that we pay on our debt. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tsapobusi.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to respond to some of the tax questions that were raised and expenditure. In terms of tax, I think, we spoke about the globe rules and how they're trying to prevent, abuse. But what they're really trying to do is to say that multinational enterprises, have relied on traditional rules of physical presence. And so what it's really saying is that these multinational enterprises need to pay their fair share of tax across, globally. And because they exist in multiple countries, we need to think about taxing them differently from before. And so you'll hear about these big MNEs that are not paying taxes in certain jurisdictions. And so that's what's important about that. But as Honorable Mani has already pointed out, globe rules are not a silver bullet. So it does mean that we need to think more and expand the rules and the policies around curbing illicit financial flows and in fact eliminating them. So, it's a step, and that's why we focus on that part, which is about the minimum effective tax rate. But we are also well aware that, it won't be a silver bullet, and we still need more policies around illicit financial flows. And then in terms of the Honorable Ryder asked about the 3 years, the table 4.2 in the budget review, which is basically giving a 3-year projection of taxes. We do know that this is not the norm. We don't usually see Treasury projecting 3-year tax policies in the way that we see in this budget. And so, this idea that there'll be non-inflation adjustments for 3 years, it is not the norm. And I think it's a question to ask to Treasury whether table 4.2 essentially is indicative of, them projecting future policy changes in the tax system. As you know, in our slide about tax, we had above inflation adjustments in 2020 and 21, and then in 2022 we had an inflation adjustment, and then now we're seeing a no adjustment. So I think it's, to bring it back to the members to say, ask Treasury, are they indicating something about tax policy in the next 3 years, which we've never really seen before. And then in terms of electric cars, I think this is one of those areas where we were asking, are our incentives working to do what they need to do? Are we providing incentives in tax that are not, that are foregoing revenue, that are not effective or that are not serving us as a country? And I think this speaks to a broader question about incentives and how they might be driving the statutory or driving effective taxes lower. So we know obviously companies benefit from a lot of these taxes, but we do need a systematic review of incentives. And the PBO has raised this a number of times, especially in our tax briefs, which we provide every year. And then the last quick comment is around the questions around expenditure on economic development and education and so forth. And I think just wanted to make a broad comment here to say, we need to start thinking about the intergenerative nature of expenditure. So, for example, we're going to have a budget surplus, but at the same time, it's like the short run gains are going to have incredibly long run costs, right? So there were comments about the grants, but for example, there's great research that shows how children with access to grants actually have better educational outcomes, than other children who are in the same income brackets who don't have access to grants. So if you think about that, the child having a grant means they've got better educational outcomes. And so there's an intersectoral impact of that expenditure, which is not just limited to the grant itself. And so I think, when we think about the proportions and how expenditures are made, to just think of it in the economic multiplier and social multiplier kind of context, and to not separate the social and economic, because of course, if this child goes to school, there are future economic or what would consider traditionally economic outcomes out of that as well. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Chair, just a last point, which I think colleagues have left out for me there. It's really a broad questions around, which was asked earlier by Honorable Mlenzane at the beginning. He asked the question whether does the budget align to the State of Nations priorities. I think for me, in answering this question, Honorable Mlenzane and members, is that there has been, over the years, we've raised concerns around this obvious divergence between, on one side, policy planning on one side, where we have a clear indicative what type of service delivery we want to see, and that kind of targets we want to realize on one side, and on the other side, having a contracting budget which enable to realize some of these mechanisms. And at the heart of that, members and colleagues, is precisely to say, if you're going to have targets on one side that you're going to realize in the NDP, you need to have a proper alignment between the budget and those targets. Otherwise, we fail at the beginning of the planning phase stage to say we're not going to realize these targets because we're not going to have a clear budget framework which really aligns with that. And that's been at the heart of our views over the years, and that still remains. And you look at the slides where we looked at we're trying to show the funding with the priorities. You see it's in certain pockets where you realize there has been obvious allocation to that particular area. And I think for our view, and I remember we had this discussion with our colleagues last year in Treasury about the debate that we need to have in South Africa in the context around how do we really align the planning and the budgeting framework to ensure that we realize some of the targets over the medium term, particularly when you look at how much progress we've made in the targets of the NDP over the years. And that, for me, it lies between that clearly agreeing to say, is there alignment between what the priorities are and the budget framework that's set out? And so far, we've seen a huge divergence between the two. And for me, that lies where that's one of the major problems, not been to realize some of the socio-economic objectives we set ourselves. And until that divergence is dealt with, we'll continue to see this continuous growth inequality and employment, and so much playing out quite a lot of time. And I think it's a debate that should happen in government, but also in Parliament as well. Now, view that debate has to be had. How do you ensure the alignment between the planning on one side and the budget framework on the other side, to ensure that we don't have continuous divergence, which leads to not realizing our objectives. I think I'll stop there, Chair, given the time. And any questions that we are standing, would do ask the Secretary to write there to us, and then we can respond to those questions in writing. But thank you so much once for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Team PBO. Of course, time has run out. I'll request FFC to respond to the questions relevant to them. And please avoid, as per the advice of the chairpersons, that don't get into the political space. Just focus on your presentation and your mandate. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. I hope you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me appreciate, Chair, the questions from the members. Let me also, as has been alluded to by Chairperson Buthelezi, also pass my condolences as the Commission to yourself, Chairperson, regarding your loss. Chair, regarding the work of the Financial and Fiscal Commission, a question has been asked by Honorable Ryder as to whether the recommendations of the... Can you hear me, Chair?
You are frozen, now you're back.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Chair, yeah, to answer the question with regards to the recommendations of the Financial and Fiscal Commission, and whether the Minister of Finance is accepting them or infusing them into the budget process. I think it's important as a matter of context to understand where the FFC comes from in terms of its recommendations and the maturity of those recommendations over time. You will recall that over the past 30 years, looking at the first 2 decades, of our democracy, the Financial and Fiscal Commission has focused on embedding the intergovernmental fiscal relations system. And towards that, in 2001, we proposed to government the costed norms approach. That approach was to address the issues of horizontal fiscal imbalances as well as vertical fiscal imbalances, and also to bring in a science and impartiality into the allocation process. So the idea was to have allocative efficiency when it comes to the equitable share. We have done that for the first 20 years of our democracy, and those recommendations were directly linked to the Division of Revenue Bill. And it was quite easy for the Minister of Finance to accept all those recommendations because they spoke directly to the Division of Revenue Bill and also to the embedment of the IGFR Act. Because our democracy, as has been alluded as well by Honorable Nkondlo, has matured. It has grown. The issues are bigger, and our mandate speaks to those issues as well. So our recommendations have also graduated from those first generation issues. Our recommendations speak to various policy issues. And some of the recommendations that we have proposed do not directly speak to the Division of Revenue Bill. And therefore, the minister does receive those recommendations and then forwards those recommendations to the relevant cabinet member. We do feel that in that process, there is a gap that needs to be addressed because we do not have sight of what happens to those recommendations. So in essence, then, our recommendations have informed our democracy for the past 30 years, and the FFC has continued to implement its mandate. Our mandate as the Financial and Fiscal Commission is to advise on the equitable share, and I want to underline that, on other financial and fiscal matters, which is where we have been focusing as second generation issues. Honorable Manyi, you raised very, very important issues with regards to the local government equitable share. Going back to my comment with regards to the costed norms approach, the Financial and Fiscal Commission was at the forefront of coming up with that costed model. We were the ones who proposed that model to make sure that there is a formula that deals with equitable share and the conditional grants. And 30 years later, we as the Commission, we have come to realize that the white paper on local government, the assumptions thereof 30 years later, are not reflecting what is happening on the ground. And therefore, we are aware that the local government portion of that formula needs a revisit. And therefore, as the Fiscal Commission, working with other stakeholders, including SALGA, we are looking at that in terms of how equitable is the local government share, given that local government is at the forefront of service delivery, and is the current share adequate? We are looking at that as the Fiscal Commission, given that we were the ones in the initial years or the early years who came up with that model, also supported by the local government white paper. So that white paper, we have come to realize that if it has worked in many fronts, but some of the assumptions thereof, we find that we can still revisit them. And therefore, without wasting too much time, I would like to give you assurance that we are looking at the local government equitable share, and that our recommendations as well in their entirety, we do believe that as the Commission, first generation issues, second generation issues, which form part of the recommendation, should be accepted by government in their entirety. Now, I'd like to ask the head of research, Chen, to come in and answer some of the question, and then also delegate some of the research analysts who are on the platform, who have some inputs, and then we can wrap it up. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honourable Chairs and members, for the questions. When do we see normalization by Honourable Mlizana? It depends. That's actually the short answer, and should be the correct answer. I think what we need to, it depends on various factors. It depends on, as we always been saying, the GDP, the growth and the growth rates and sustainability thereof. Or maybe if there is growth gap, then we obviously need to take that into consideration. It also takes into account of the trade terms. Like in the Japanese case, what they do is not just that they carry on as if everything is all right. The government actually takes a very, very aggressive stance in terms of investing, using the Japanese yen, investing overseas to try and garner that growth and returns on those investments from various countries. Recently, there of course been most aggressively investing in Northern Africa on the PPP projects, and so I think what I'm trying to emphasize, though, is, and we need to be aware of, is that the discussion regarding debt to GDP or issues of debt sustainability does not deteriorate or degrade into this dichotomy of more or less. And similarly, the issue around fiscal consolidation, in fact, it's not a 1 or 0 situation with fiscal consolidation. What could happen is, and as we've seen in terms of budget allocations and reallocations, is that there are thousands and thousands of classifications, economic classifications, accounting classifications of particular items and budgets. If I reprioritize from essentially a dying program and then invest into growth stimulating effect of expenditure item, then I'm doing both, right? I'm consolidating as well as I'm expanding. And sure, so in terms of that allocative efficiency and reprioritization and move, you can have both that happens at the same time. I think what has happened is that when people hear fiscal consolidation, they think there's only going one direction. Where in fact, in the public finance and especially of IGFR world, there are multi-spheres and there are many classifications. So it's not a dichotomy. And lastly, on this particular similar issue is, I think more, instead of being students of a particular school, I think it'd be more useful if we are a student of history and context, because context determines everything, and also of evidence. I shall rest at that and then leave the rest perhaps for another day. Honorable Rider, NHI, it should change, or there will be significant change in terms of the modus operandi of the health sector. And similarly, you asked the right question in terms of is it only this much? And also, we actually been seeing cuts on the NHI, which causes questions. So what NHI does is that it consolidates into this NHI fund, and the way that it will shift and change the way that money passes and therefore delivers supposedly health care and health services. That is the impact that we're still waiting to see. Tax bracket creep, there should be a deceleration of inflation adjusting income. Then this tax bracket creep, actually the impact thereof should decelerate with that. So what that means is that if your income does not adjust as quickly, then obviously you won't fall into that tax bracket creep. But that also suggests obviously a worrying sign of this slowdown in terms of growth and economic growth and therefore income growth. The FACRA, I will say, yes, there are long-term effects, and the cost of borrowings does increase, obviously, with the deterioration and also depreciation of the rand, and because ultimately it's inflation linked. It's like I said, it's issues regarding that differential between a nominal value and also the real value of a currency. And so when that volatility goes up, it pushes all the other uncertainty-driven sort of account factors of risks up with it, and that's also essentially what cost of borrowing is, because they will only lend us money if they are covered in terms of that cost of uncertainty. Grey list is regarding illicit financial flows, and that is taken care of in terms of our focus, in terms especially into looking into the source structure and then also the judicial strengthening of corruption and others. Is FFC heard? My chairperson has already addressed that, but I'll say quickly that the more we are heard or we are heard here at the legislature and at Parliament, and thankfully to the members and honourable chairs and members at this platform, that we will be heard better also by National Treasury and also by Minister. Indirect grants is discouraged, as always, because indirect grants, and this is, again, not because of a particular school of thought, it's because we looked at evidence, we looked at the empirical evidence of the historical indirect grants, and we noticed that, in fact, national sphere interfering or doing things for provincial or local governments does suffer that initial steep learning curve. They don't really know what is going on the ground at that space, at that longitude and latitude area of space, and also they don't even know who are the service providers in that area. So questions, of course, it becomes difficult to implement and or to build. Honorable Mangi, I think the frustration is shared, but our mandates limits us to recommendations, and for us to interfere or into executive, we'll have to do that together and with your help as the legislature. And Kondlo, thank you very much for noticing our 30-year comparison. It does show significantly, wouldn't you say, that our budget went from 80 billion 30 years ago to now trillions. And that, I would say, isn't that a expansion or financial expansion, plural, over the many years that has appeared on our books? The question, of course, is whether that actual real delivery and quality and value for money is also increasing with that. Because in economics, and as always in terms of, we call it, if we just printing and or spending and or making money move at a much increasingly faster rate, all of that might become inflation, basically. It just becomes paper. And unless it actually gets the goods and gets the services that it is supposed to buy and to our people. And I think yes, Honorable Kaiso, there are parliamentary content advisors, and Honorable Chair, Mr. Rangi, I think ultimately, and in summarizing all of the comments, is that it is about the maturity of the oversight structures in over the 30 years in South Africa, and I think as a witness to it, it has indeed matured. And Lastly, I don't want to leave this on the chat room only. Geopolitical factors. What we're looking at is essentially an international, intergovernmental financial and fiscal relations. And that is a new acronym that I just invented. But effectively, thinking as a researcher of the Financial and Fiscal Commission and for South Africa, is that we don't want to be weakening our hand in this position of this or geopolitical tension. And hence my initial recommendation with regards to the FECRA is that if we take any position in a global stage, there ought to be pros and cons around it. Political or geopolitical, we can all call it whatever. But we don't want to essentially be standing in a too weak a corner, whatever condition or whatever position that we take. That is ill-advised. And hence, as we said, the weakening of or drawing down on our foreign reserves and weakening our trade terms, and these are definitely discouraged in standing our grounds and taking our positions onto the global stage and in dealing with those issues, sensitive issues on the global stage. Thank you, Chair. That's from me, Chair.
Thank you so much. Are there any other comments from the other members of the team? Tando, any thoughts? Or are you covered?
I'm covered, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Chair, I would like now to hand over to you. I think we have exhausted the questions on our side. If there's any other questions we have missed, we are more than happy to respond in writing. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to thank both the PBO and FFC, the chairpersons and members for the engagement. I think we have enriched our understanding and enriched our mandate as we go forward. As we know, chairperson will stand the Committee on Appropriation. National Treasury, they are here, but they are not going to respond. We'll still have time to engage them. So Appropriations Committee will get the response when they're having engagement with them, when we deal with the Division of Revenue Bill. And the Finance Committee will also be dealing with them when they deal with the 2024 Fiscal Framework and Revenue proposals. So we'll still have an engagement to engage with National Treasury. And if there are any other things that you want to follow up, honorable members, with the two institutions, they said their doors are open, you can make follow-ups on them. Let me take this opportunity to thank everybody and close the meeting for today. We're still going to prepare. Some of the members are going to participate in the plenary. Thank you so much, honorable members, and take care.
Long live the chair.
Malubongwe.
Malubongwe, long live.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Detroit.
Chair.
Namaki.